kutengwa kunzi toda kukupa position in parliament. He is refusing. They've not accessed him. But who are they accessing? All these people that just come in underneath, who are quick to accept handouts and monies, and then all that they're doing is trying to disturb the democratic struggle. But it won't work. It won't work. I think zvakangofanana kuedza is trying to stop a train by using your bare hands and trying to stop it when it's passing. It won't. The citizens, the population is committed. That's why even ZANU-PF uses violence and they are using fires in elections, because they know that without all those, the ZANU-PF and ED will lose hands down. So it's funny. And when there were issues, if you want to make a distinction and a difference, you will find that when there were G40 and Lacoste issues in ZANU-PF, because they knew that they had no takers in the judiciary. They knew that if they went to the judiciary will be saying, go back and sort your mess out. You are a political party, which is the correct thing that judiciary should be doing, not to take sides. That's why G40 and Lacoste were fighting in the streets. They were fighting within their corners. They kusvika vakuita marari ekutukana and stuff like that. Nobody went to the courts because they knew that the courts would not stand with anyone. And but because CCC, these people Vanachabangu and these people Vana Kutatapulu and whoever their backers are, they know that they've got an ear within the judiciary and in ZANU-PF and in government who will sponsor them. They are quick to run to the courts, even without pursuing remedies within the political parties of trying to solve matters. Saka everyone akungomhanya kuenda ikoko because anoziva kuti inini mukoma jedza mukangondidenda handichaswere ndichitaura nemi ndakuziva kuti ndine bhaunza rangu rinonzi court. Yes, thank you.
If I can just quickly pose this question to you, it came in my inbox. Maybe you might help to answer it. Basically, this guy is asking, these people that are being recalled, have they ceased to be Triple C members in any way or shape? If so, how have they ceased to be members of the same party that they were elected in? So, and still evidently belong to. Is that something you can try and answer?
I mean, obviously, every layman, commentators would see that these members have not ceased to be these people who are being recalled. They have not ceased. It's a game. It's circus. I mean, even anyone would know. I mean, even laymen ukaunzirwa signature, ukaunzirwa document iri forged, anyone could easily discern what this is forged, even with knowing the situations that are happening in Zimbabwe right now. The judiciary, it should be a logical people who understand, who know who is CCC. They are always on television. They're there. They contested in elections, and they know that if something like that is happening in CCC, they will know that it will come even in the media, that so and so has been fired by CC, so and so has been fired because of doing A, B, C, D. But if the reason why they don't want to look at logic is because it's buying it's and it's allowing, it's playing into ZANU-PF gallery, and they are the ones who are creating it, and they are the ones who are promoting it. If they were not giving audience, munozwa kana benzi richidzana, kana risina anoriomberera, rinomira kudzana. But Chabangu won't stop because ane audience, ane vanhu vari kumutarisa, ane vanhu vari kumupa audience, ane vanhu vari kuti akangonyora katsamba even on a tissue paper vanobva vamhanya nako. But if Chamisa writes a letter today and fire Chabangu, they will say it's not authentic. It's strange. It's so blatantly. I mean, if I don't know what word to use, but these people, they've not been fired in CCC. And if ZANU PF and government and ministers accepts such fraud, it is shocking. It is shocking how they are governing the country then. Can a minister we local government that accept a letter which is blatantly fraudulent? Zvakangofanana nekuti ndinogona chabanga vanogona kungopresenta notika yakanzi ndipei 1 million, vanogona kutomuverengera vomupa 1 million. They don't even want to know whether it's genuine or not.
Right.
It's strange. Yeah.
And then my final question to you, Saka, Imimi, brother Msena, what do you think is the way forward? What's the realistic way forward in all this these episodes we're experiencing right now?
That is a tough question, commentators, because as I say, the constant that is there in our politics, that is toxic, is ZANU PF and the captured institutions. As long as these institutions and ZANU PF are in tandem and in cahoots, these shenanigans will not stop. But yes, what I know is the world is watching, and there's that's where my only hope is, and the citizens, I hope someday will be able to gather courage to stand up and be heard, despite the fright and the fear. My only way, but I think it will end soon, as long as uh, judiciary and ZANU PF and the government are not willing to stand up with what is right.
Right. Thanks, my brother Msena, for that. Tatenda.
Uh, I want to start by addressing the Chawangu scapegoat. I have to applaud ZANU PF. I think this is the best intelligence they have come up so far to destroy CC. Because if you really look at it, like personally as Zimbabwe right now, we have a divided opinion. Our intelligent as we proclaim ourselves as so intelligent and so, I think we are destroying, we are helping ZANU PF as they are silent to destroy even CC, because right now everyone is having like a opinion on this Shabangu matter, but it is so clear that it's ZANU PF that is behind all these things. Then there's also a point. Let's look focus on our hope and change, because change is only gonna help us as Zimbabweans. Change is not going to help Chamisas and PF. It's the ordinary citizen that needs change. So legal, we may debate about legal structure, but at the end of the day, we have to look at basic needs. Do we have hospitals that are functioning? No. Is our education system functioning? No. So do we wait for Chamisa to come and say it's time for change? Do you know even ZPF is governing right now? We have the right to pressure even ZPF to deliver, but we are looking at our about CC problems. We can actually even put pressure. We can protest for the government to change. We can protest so that the government will focus on our needs. But we are so divided on politics. That's all. What on our mind right now is about politics. We are thinking CCC. We are thinking ZANU PF. For a change, let's think about ourselves. Let's, as citizens, have a one unified mind about change. Like everyone is thinking, oh, let's go for change. Let's protest for change. Let's protest for medicine. Let's protest for education. These are basic fundamentals that I see from other nations. Other nations, if they react to so simple things, you see people in the street, it don't have to be violent. It's only about courage. I think it will be a great factor if Zimbabwe one day we gather the courage of thinking as one people. I think we are so divided on ourselves that we are not able to really know what really matters at the moment. Thank you.
Um, Uncle Jed, you want to say something?
No, I'm sorry. I am busy looking for that press.
Okay.
But I'm busy, scribing, looking, for the press. So once it's done, I'll bring it.
All right. Facebook might be a good place to. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
number one, did go?
Okay. And Tatenda, the way
Can I come in? Can I come in there? I type this.
All right, hold on, senor. Just one sec. Tatenda, I was saying the way I understand the word applaud, I don't know, maybe English, Difara. Is it to praise or something to show what admiration? Is that how you contextualize? Because you did mention, could you want to applaud ZANU-PF, or it's got a different meaning? I just want to check something there.
Yeah, in this context, yeah, it means that I think their intelligence have successfully worked at that moment. Because if you look at the current situation, yeah, it's very, 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 it's showing an effect that their intelligence have worked.
In this court case so that this nonsense stops, because I don't think the likes of Chabangu or the next one that comes in will stop. As long as this loophole is open, there will be recalls. If it's not Chabangu, it will be the next one and the next one. Bear in mind, this party has gone through this before under the NDC alliance. They've endured infiltration, they've endured splits. So once bitten, twice shy. Please, Mr. Chamisa, have a Congress and have a constitution. That's all I'll say.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And then, Dr. Tadini, if you were to meet Nelson Chamisa today, what advice would you give him?
I think I am to write and send him a letter already on this advice. But the first thing is there are a couple of options, but we're talking about the immediate. So the immediate thing that they can do is whoever this person who's purporting to be interim chairperson has done, acknowledge him as the SG, then fire him if they are going for the jugular. Acknowledge him. Yes, we made a mistake. We lied. Forgive us. They have the people's support. They can get away with lying to the people. They've done it countless times. As politicians across the board, people like them. So, it's easy to forgive. Tell the people, yes, we know this guy, but we have sat down yesterday and we have fired him. Take away the power, as this person who's purporting to be the interim chair has done. That's one possibility. The other thing is he has support from the party. That's why he has from some people within the party, meaning that there is some genuine disgruntlement that is there. If it wasn't genuine, you wouldn't see these cadres within the parties coming up to take positions of MPs, to contest as MPs, or just supporting him in general in the offices that he's using. So if that is to be considered, rein him in, come in, have a conversation with him. Why are you doing this, Shabangu? How can we resolve it and then stand as a united front? Then afterwards, continue the politics to the Congress whenever they can afford to have a Congress. These are the immediate solutions that you can do. Chop off his position immediately by accepting him and firing him. Accept him and have a conversation with him if he is coming with more than himself. As it looks right now, he's coming with more than himself. That's why he has cadres willing to take up this position and also to be shunned by the supporters in public. There are people who are willing to do that, who actually believe that they also have a support base from the ordinary citizen who knows that they were cheated in some of these selection processes. So rein him in, have a conversation with Chabangu, talk about what it is that needs to be set out. Or number three, if Chabangu is is not a member of the CCC and should never be considered as such, just give the evidence to the people. Why continue to be behind this black curtain or veil of power? Just give the evidence in the courts. A CCC, take him to court for impersonation, misrepresentation, whatever it is that you can put on a paper. Lawyers are good at that. They'll come up with something. And CCC, take him to court, then finish with the rest of the country with genuine evidence as to why he is not SG. As it stands, he has made allegations and you also continue to fall in the trap of making allegations, yet you claim to have a mountain of evidence. It is high time the mountain of evidence comes out, unless you want the Sekas to continue. So there are many options that can be used in the immediate that for some reason have been avoided, which raises a lot of questions as to why. There's a lot that can be done. Then, lastly, if you will allow me, Lynette, just a response to my brother who was opening our eyes. Thank you for opening our eyes. Allow us to also open your eyes. What the ZANU PF is doing, even if it's involved, is only natural. That's what an opponent does. Takes advantage of the other opponent, whatever weakness is. If there is no weakness, it creates weakness within your armor. The opponent comes with a chisel and tries to break cracks into your armor. That is only natural. So you cannot use that as a defense to say, no, my opponent is always after me. I mean, that's the whole point. So it is up to us and up to those that would want the opposition to succeed to come up with means to strengthen their armor or at least close the cracks that are in the armor that are being taken advantage of by ZANU PF. It is not an epiphany to realize that your opponent is after you. The zebra already knows that the lion is after it. It is not shocked or surprised and makes claim that, oh no, the lion is always after me. It knows that that is the order of nature. What we are asking our people to think is unnatural. And I do not know why we continue to go down that road. It is natural for ZANU PF to come against any opposition. It is natural for opposition to come against any incumbent, which in this case is ZANU PF, right? And for it to also take advantage of ZANU PF if it can. And I think it's high time it does that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tadini, for that. And I'm just going to read a few comments before we round up. So we have a message from Umfana. It says that Nelson Chamisa sidelined those old guns, and they pulled back and are looking for it from a distance. And now want to see is an incompetent leader who does not have a strategy. Let us not put too much faith in Nelson Chamisa, because for now we don't know anything. For now we don't know who he's working for. Sorry about that. And we also have Grace says that he did not sideline them. He said that they have positions in government to come. We have Genuine. Thank you very much for joining us. Genuine says, guys, whatever you want, you might say. People want Nelson Chamisa, not Triple C, as a political party. The fact is that Nelson Chamisa decided to use strategic ambiguity. Most majority didn't know what it means. Basically, as for me, I can say it means I don't trust anyone. People can change, therefore no one knows what's the next move. So the issue isn't about Chabangu, ZANU or ZANU PF. Okay, the issue isn't about Chabangu, but ZANU PF wants to strip Chamisa so that they know what Nelson is thinking. We also have a comment here from Mr. M. Chabangu doesn't have power to Chamisa. And then we have Stuart. Stuart says, Musanye berane ZANU PF muhanzi muhondo dzenyu. Okay, musanye bere ZANU PF muhondo dzenyu dzenzvimbo nana biti nana wende. So he's saying that this is false. And then we have Macmean. Thank you very much for joining us. Macmean says, don't do whatever you want to do in Triple C. Just leave ZANU PF out of it. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you to all those that are watching this program. And I'd like to thank Dr. Tadini and Jeff for joining us today. They are two political analysts who are helping us to analyze today's issue. So until next week, my name is Lynette Banzini. Goodbye.
Tinenge chipenga kurwara chaiko chaiko. It's insanity keeping on trying the same thing over and over again. And I like what Tatenda says. People don't understand the revolution. It's a protest. You have not said anything when you say that. You can define it peaceful protest. It simply means no. But we are betrayed. Because they come Varakashi and talk of patriotic bill. No, it's politics. No one should silence me. I'm not a terrorist. You are not terrorists, but we succumb. We legitimize some of these things. Nelson Chamisa. His name is written. But he is not the alpha and omega of a revolution. And I'm glad things are coming out. He never proclaimed himself as a leader of an opposition. People have said it on this space. I don't know those who listen with wisdom. They probably we didn't understand. It's us. Titus angu Jade nemtesi atingaiti space yekuti totanga kuti tite rewind ma video, not script, because if it's a script we'll say maybe I understood it wrongly, you understood it wrongly. Clearly saying rangu ndero kuunganidza vanhu. What does that tell you? Let alone the lies that Chamisa makes, which is not an issue. The politicians lie, that's not issue, that's not even a subject. But the crust of the matter to say we are bickering and trying to protect this issue called constitution is not there. And again, I wonder what kind of judiciary does not refer to a marriage certificate, to the terms and references of an alliance. When even if it's two individuals fighting in a court of law, they want to say, what did you agree? Terms of agreement, a constitution speaks to nothing other than terms of agreement. You can operate without a structure, so without a constitution. So there's a misconception of a structure and a constitution, but it's not mandatory in the laws of the land, but it's encouraged. Husband and wife, you are encouraged to formalize your union in event of fallout. This is a whole national body. But ZANU-PF system, within the ZANU-PF system, yakangwara manje. They leave those loopholes so that in the event that this scenario that we are going, they vanongosvika chachura vachibaya. Yakapora kudhara chachura vachibaya. Chematanda chaiye akataura akati kana ZANU yapedza newe nokurasha. Batai mazwi kana vamwe titaura muchamuona chavamwe uyu vanomurasha. And this is ZANU-PF inomurasha. It is a system embedded in ZANU-PF. And ZANU-PF is answerable. The government of Zimbabwe is answerable. Get it right. Manzwira aya tinotaura kuti mungangofunga kuti ndikufadza ZANU-PF. No, it's coming to terms with reality. Kana wabatwa nedzungu unogara pasi. Karamba uchifamba tinopera tese semakudo semakonzo. But accepting the situation is it is what it is. It will help us, not in numbers, a few individuals. And I'm seeing that situation coming slowly. Because you know, tine vanhu vaivharidzira information yatikutaura panapa kuti isabude. Hey? If you hear someone saying kuti ndangova munhu wekuti ndakamboti kudii, he's not crazy, that guy. But if you look around, the number of people that were working hard, tirelessly, trying to pin that person down, making the space ungovernable. It's not something to really focus on, but it opens our eyes to say no. There are people who have said no. And as you follow that discussion, back forth, it means kusiri kufanda kupi kuenda kuma election kana kusaenda kuma election. But we still find it difficult to come together in common ground. We still question each other on something that is not working. It simply means we are not yet seeing things with one eye. Titus, correct me if I'm wrong. How does, in a scenario like this, how does it not become an important issue to a learned judge to find out the terms And the judge is a person like me. I'll be lying that haana kunzwa Chabangu achiti I was appointed, I was elected in the same way Chamisa was. Pane chikiribidi chinenge chakaitika kumasuro uko, which we call gentleman's agreement. It's not legally binding, but it's encouraged to have a legally binding thing that takes us to the signatures to say, what are the signing arrangements? This is an institution, guys. But why are we reducing ourselves to say we don't need a constitution? You can't open a bank account without a constitution. I know what I'm talking about. You cannot do certain things. This issue of signatures emanates from there, not from a squabble. Emanates from there to say, mind bank. The bank will need a constitution minutes. I'm a civic organization leader. I know what I'm talking about. The others here, maybe Wakanganwa, they are leaders also, but we want to please each other because we are too emotional. Or Takaroya, we are following something that is not taking us anywhere. In this island, I'm not being negative when I say this thing Emma recalls is unstoppable. I'm being realistic. Because at law, no one can claim if there's no clarity and on the initial setup, which is exactly what we are saying. We are seeing here. So for me, and I know Darin, but I can see Chabang recalling the entire MP. And sometimes he doesn't necessarily need to recall Chamisa because zvinobatsirei kuti iwewe munhu anokutorera mukadzi nevana oramba uchingondiri baba. It's constructive discussion that we are coming up here, guys. So that when Chamisa says no, inini hapangu pakwana, he said it. Did you not hear that? He said it. Kana ndanzi nditungamire ndichatungamira. Did you not hear that? So Chabangu kana achitaura on the basis yezvinhu zvavakaronga murima, which is not bad. Kuti chinhu chifambe, sometimes mbeva zhinji hadzina maishe. But now when he is then using that to destroy chinhu chevanhu, and people are still relying on the same thing that brought the birth of Triple C. Takanganwa here, Triple C was a situation similar to this, that it was born. That people said, no, let's take it upon ourselves. Don't we have legal experts here? Why can't we restrain Chabang? Then we'll listen to somebody saying, no, it's not going to work. Azishandi. Oh, try. We want to be insane. We don't want to try new things. What can stop citizens, United Opposition Voice of Zimbabwe, with our legal counsel, many people who are genuine, who can represent us? Because right now, Taban Impof is compromised. It's compromised with tax issues. Let's talk about that. Then we think and think again to say, then how can you then advise somebody? Why can't we then come up with something and challenge the cost to say we are the beneficiaries? We are the ones at loss. But if we don't want,
Right.
it's okay. I yield my mic.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. Can we go to the next speaker? Narima Botaure. Nada, are you there? Right, Priska.
Yes, mukoma ndadzoka futi. Ndoda kumbotaura zvandakambotaura pano and don't know kuti ndipano here kana kuti ndipamwe ndichitaura ndichiti nini. And I witnessed a dictatorship yakafanana neyo kweduko, or maybe even more ruthless than the one that we have. I don't know. Yeah, Moi. And people were trying for years and years. For 24 years, they were trying to do away with Moi. Vachimutadza Moi uya. Kusvika vasvika pokuti tumapati twesewo tukauti. Ngatisiyanei nazvo, ngatijoinai tese. When I went to Kenya, there was James Orengo. James Orengo was very popular, as popular as our leader, Nelson Chamisa. but James Orengo went aside akati izvona ngatijoinanei, ngatiise munhu watinoziva kuti the Kikuyus who are the majority are going to vote for him. And knowing my dynamics tribal issues in Kenya, Raila Odinga was equally popular, but the Kikuyus will never vote for a Luo. And so they put Kibaki there. Wakati Rainbow Coalition. Yakaita Mukurumbira and they won landslide. Ndisingazozivawo zvangu kuti rigging machinery yavo yanga yakasimba semasimbiro akaita ezanu here. But what I noticed there was kuti vanhu vakabvisa majackets avo of their own importance and came together. And they rallied behind the popular person and wakawina. After that, Raila, during the time yekukambenera Kibaki, vaiva vaine yavaiti Kibaki Tosha, similar to Chamisa Chete. But after vakanganisana zvapera zvazvokuti tibvise Moi, they went to their own default mode. And vakatanga kuti Kibaki chibvapo. And that is politics. But what I want to say ndezvekuti inini I was thrilled kuti vakabvisa the long staying dictator. And they saw the bigger picture, of which I think where at the stage where we are, we need kuti vanhu vabatane. Kuya kubatana kwokuti you don't think only about what am I going to gain in this, but yokuti ngatisunungurei nyika. Izvo zviya zvakaitwa nevakaenda kuhondo. I'm sure most of them vakarwa muhondo muya chaizvo vanga vasina basa nezvigaro. But vaida kuona Smith achibviswa pachigaro. And I think this is the situation which we have right now in our country. So vanhu vanouya mupolitics vachitsvaga zvigaro, they are a problem. Kana vachida zvigaro, at the same time vaine mabigger picture ekuti ngatidai kuti zvinhu zvinakire munhu wese. Inini my problem is vana mbuya vari kumusha uku vari kutambura. All these people who are suffering vasina chekuita nepolitics. So we would need such like, because for sure ne system iripo opposition, ZANU will always be there, I'm telling you. Zvavanotaura zviya zvekuti tichatonga ende tigotonga, and this is the truth. They will do that unless vanhu vati zvakwana, like what my brother the one anga achitaura pa izvinezvi kuti isu as citizens we can move this thing. We can come together and say enough is enough. We cannot continue living in a country that is like this. Yokuti hapana chinoshanda. Yokuti hapana chinoshanda. And I'm telling you, when Kibaki came, Kenya changed. Ini ndakaenda ku Kenya ichiri iri 3 times worse than Zimbabwe right now. I cannot even talk about Zimbabwe in Kenya. I saw things turning around. Of course, they have got issues right now to do with food and stuff and cost of living. But in terms of transformation, I saw it happening. So, zvazvokuti change haiuyi, ZANU-PF inoramba yakabatira ichitaura kuti there's nothing that other people will do. Inhema idzodzo. We need people who are committed. Commitment is what we need. Kana paine vanhu vari committed, even if there are 100 of them, they can influence others. Yeah. Inini my question ndeyekuti ngatisangoramba chingota nezvekuti chamisa. Chamisa, if kana atadza chamisa, let's do something ourselves. Let us not just concentrating on kuti uyu wazotadza wazodi. When ZANU-PF people come on my spaces and ndinowanzawo zvangu vachitaura, they are ever talking about chamisa.
Auntie Priscilla, can I just disturb you there?
Yes.
Pressure.
Okay.
SADC is confirmed and not at the report on Zimbabwe that the election in this country were not credible. So what are they doing now? Like any authoritarian in the world, they are going after we're being for defeating after the charade that happened in the election. So it's an engineered program by ZAN to try and destroy the authentic opposition in this country. We are very clear we're not going to accept that. We remain focused. Our goal, you must understand why these blows and bows are coming against us. Is because our objective is to attain political power and govern differently. So they don't want people who govern the difference. They don't want people who change the lives of ordinary people. So because we have put propositions to Zimbabwe, so it's accepted Triple-C as a genuine alternative. That's why we're being punished. It is very clear in terms of how we communicate. I communicate with members of the media and fellow Zimbabweans through these official platforms and communications channels. And we've read to you what is our official position as Triple-C, and obviously you know and understand that when you read to us, we respond to you officially as a movement, and we've given you the official position. Individuals, my brother, look, we are different from ZANU-PF. We don't discuss and debate individuals. We debate issues. What are the issues in this country? Number one, the election of the 23rd was a sham, was shambolic. It failed to meet constitutional, regional, and international standards. Second, Zimbabwe has entered into a constitutional crisis because of our inability to resolve the vicious cycle of disputed election. Number three, what we must know as Zimbabweans is that we must be able to resolve this problem of elections. This country cannot be arrested by vicious cycles of elections. We can't be an election nation. That is the problem that Triple-C intends to address. And we pitch our propositions there. What individuals decide to do, I speak for them on behalf of the ordinary people, on behalf of the oppressed. And I'll take this opportunity to make you aware who are these people, who are the drivers of the alternative as led by advocate messengers. It is the oppressed, it is the downtrodden, those people who wake up and the blessing of an empty stomach and a jobless existence because of self-esteem. Those are the people of Triple-C. Those are the drivers of this alternative. It is civil service that work like you, my brother, from 8 a.m. up to 5 p.m. and getting a salary below the poverty line. Those are the drivers of this movement. That is the view of the oppressed. It is members of the media in the Zimbabwe broadcasting services who are sexually harassed for them to report that. Those are the people we represent as a movement. Because it is the view of the oppressed. Why should people be harassed instead of men being at the center of the people? Why should we, as politicians, be subjected to harassment because of voting a different view? This is the view of those that believe in the future of this country, who believe in transformation. It's vehicle, my brother, is for civil servants who work in the bureaucracy of the state, working every day and getting a salary below man and getting bonus when the elites are giving themselves dollar salaries. This is the movement for those people. The movement of students who cannot afford tuition fee. Those are the people, and those are the issues we represent, and those are the issues we discuss. Because we offer an alternative to change the lives of these people, regardless of their political orientation, regardless of their past, regardless of their religious view, regardless of their racial orientation. Triple-C is the vehicle for those people. And those are the issues that define us, and that is what makes us an authentic opposition. And we are saving these blows because of believing in those values, because of believing where we stay. And people ask, are we shocked? Are we flabbergasted? Are we in panic because of the attack? No. When we formed this organization, we were conscious that as long as we form an authentic resistance and authentic vehicle against dictatorship, you are going to be attacked. We never expect this thing to be a one-day wonder. We never expect this thing to be a rose bowl in the park. We went into the election knowing fairly square that it is a sword vote, and we don't expect to come out smelling like roses. Someone will ask, why then do you continue going into the election in the context of the mirage and challenges that we face? Our method of struggle as Triple-C is we use elections to change governments. We are a non-violent democratic party which believes that elections are the vehicle to change government. We are going to contest all elections in this country, whether they are done underwater, whether they are done on ground. We are a democratic party that believes on election as a vehicle to change the lives of ordinary people and change governments. Thank you very much.
Just a follow-up. Okay. So in short, do you deny the existence of internal officials in CCC? I felt like you just meandered around.
I assumed, my brother, that you are an investigative journalist who understands, my brother, very well, that any organization, including the media center we are, there is no organization without exception, without contradictions. In this world, you, my brother, if you are married, you and your wife, point of disagreement. Those points of disagreement don't mean anything in the bigger scheme of democracy in our country. We can debate, we have had our debate in the party about which color we should choose. Then if you report that a certain leader has a different view on the color we should choose, then you want to say there are fissures. There are no fissures, there are no contradictions. We are a democratic party, we have discourse, and we defeat each other at the level of superiority. Our difference with our opponent is that we don't criminalize holding a different view. So we, everyone in the democratic movement, democracy, has an opportunity. That's why we have the Citizen National Assembly as one of the important governing bodies of the party to debate. When you come to those meetings, you think we don't meet eye to eye because we want to debate and sharpen our views on how to rescue Zimbabwe from this crisis. And naturally, my brother, me belonging to the Constitutional Commission of Africa and you belong to SDA is a point of difference, right? But we are brought together by the idea of change, brought together by the idea of making the lives of ordinary people better. So that's, I hope, sufficient answer.
My name is Bruce Shaka from ZSA. Who is Maxwell Omen?
Yes, I'm PJ. I asked Mr. Marcus said that he had engaged with the advocate Chamisa. And can you please confirm if that is true? And if it is true, what is the nature of the relationship and how does the conversation work? Thank you very much. I'll start with the question on Monamo. I don't know the person. I'm sure you followed to the sick. You have not yet that yet yourself unless maybe private conversation. We don't know. I don't know if does not know the same individual. The question on engagement is Blue President Chamisa is focused on the task to make sure we make a resolution as a movement that our post-election agenda is in and around building a credible alternative. That is what we are focusing on. And President Chamisa's vision of this movement is spearheading that process in the presidency, and that's what the presidency is preoccupied about. Individuals can always say, whatever they want to say. Look, when you put a choice on the lamp post, what happens is that the confusion is not on us who are viewing the tortoise. The confusion is with the tortoise itself. Because it is worried. Why am I here? And more importantly, how do I climb down? Because I don't have the wings to fly. So that's why you see all this confusion. And let me debunk one of the confusions for the benefit of the media. So the imposter comes up and says, we've called, people are calling me, they are saying, look, let me say very clearly on behalf of the PPC members of Parliament and Council to Press, no one has time for the imposter. People are very clear. We campaign as PPC. We know our leadership. We know each other. We have no time. There is no need for a member of Parliament to be brought to try and justify themselves. They know where they stand. They are very clear. We're in Parliament. Our mandate as members of Parliament is fundamental on two things. And if you had followed Parliament debate yesterday, you will tell why we're in that Parliament. Number one is to make sure that we hold the executive to account. And we're doing so without favor. We're doing so without fear. And we're prepared to do so without certain plan. Number two is to make sure that we represent our constituencies. And that's what we're doing by crafting a proper one. That is our agenda in Parliament. Members of Parliament are very clear on that responsibility. And they know you cannot wake up my brother today and want to try and tell me that my mother is Mrs. Buma. Mrs. Buma is not my mother. My mother is Mrs. It doesn't change. That is a fact. Even if you decide to paint it, tell each other in different corridors on who my mother is. I know my mother. I talk to my mother. I remain with my mother. And with my colleagues in the family, we are very clear. We are decisive. We are united on the agenda to win Zimbabwe for change. We speak for them on behalf of those people. They shouldn't be trained to speak in their individual capacity. We speak because we are leadership collective. We speak to those designated with the certain values. So we're very clear, we're very happy. We meet in different platforms. We are focused. There's not going to be any effect on members of parliament that are set to be doing. There's not going to be any effect on our councillors. And my colleagues going to continue with these responsibilities because we've taken the issue of imposition to court and made it very clear to the court that we are. These are our academic stages. These are the organs of our party. So we that update from the High Court. I think.
Okay, last one. Several opinion leaders have been urging your leader, Nelson Chamisa, to consider forming another political party in the wake of this.
You previously claimed that courts are biased, but it seems that you always go to courts if you make squabbles or anything that happens in your party. Why do you do so? You know why we do so, my brother? We are not a terrorist organization. We're a constitutional party that believes in Charter 12 institutions, that believes in rule of law, that believes in making sure that we take all the necessary legal steps when there are problems that we are confronted. It is very clear to us as a movement. We might have problems with certain decisions that might be made, and every judgment, we respond to every judgment that comes from different courts in our country, every decision that comes from different organs of the state. We respond to them from case to case. Because we're a constitutional party, we exhaust all those avenues, because court is a theatre of the struggle for the people. Parliament is a theatre of the struggle for the people. Council is a theatre of the struggle for the people. And we must make sure that we exhaust all those avenues. That does not stop us from using other avenues. We have avoided the temptation of breeding instability in our country because we're responsible leadership. And that's what we're. So it doesn't mean that we have problems. We mentioned problems with the commission. It's not a triple C issue. If they fails, it's been deleted to the constitution. It is failing Zimbabwe. It's not a triple C issue. Why should they fail triple C when it is funded by taxpayers? It is failing the political people. It is failing the oppressed. And I conclude with you, my brother, on your question. It is very clear. Those who want to advise, but also to have a conversation with the oppressed, because this movement is driven by the oppressed, it is owned by the oppressed. This force must be within and amongst those that own this movement. And any strategic move that the party takes, announce it to its people. So people can hold their views on what they think. You will agree that this issue has generated conversations in our country, and everyone is interested about it, and everyone has different views. That's why we meet with the citizens. That's why we talk with the people. We have different views, the leadership participating in the by-election. Because you know, without doubt, that they're spending taxpayers' money in that election. But citizens are very clear and they detect the political program for party because we're citizen-centric, we're citizen-based. Every political decision we make has to be with the people. We have to consult with people and take the strategic direction and the strategic focus of our movement. Members of the media, fellow Zimbabweans, and the good people.
Well, that was what I could manage to get, ladies and gentlemen, because it was started about. Okay, let me play the first 6 minutes.
To be steadfast. What was citizens, we assure them strongly in their movement that we have taken important steps both domestically, regionally, and internationally to ensure that we protect our movement and protect our people. This fraud that you see is a broad manifestation of the constitutional crisis that has visited our country. That constitutional crisis is born out of Zimbabwe's disputed election. The attack on the authentic opposition is born out of disputed election. An election that we won, an election that we defeated Mr. Mnangagwa and ZANU-PF. That's why you have seen them attacking them. Why are they attacking Triple C? They are attacking Triple C because they don't want an authentic opposition in this country. They want an opposition that they can control. And that is the character of authoritarian regime world over, that we must have an opposition that we control. We have refused to be controlled by our opponents. ZANU-PF is our competitor as a political party, and we don't be taken into being their player or their partner. We are an authentic alternative in this country, driven by the agenda to see change and transformation in this country. That's why you are seeing them now taking impositors, giving them temporary powers to try and masquerade as leaders of the alternative. Anyone in the media can testify to this. You have followed Triple C since his inception from the 24th of January 2022. No journalist can confirm in their knowledge that they've seen. No Zimbabwean can confirm that they saw this impositor in the rank and file of the alternative. What does that do? It confirms the fakers that has been born out of this constitutional crisis. How do you reduce a country into a joke of a nation? Where we disregard electoral politics and electoral democracy because of the agenda to try and undermine an opposing voice. That is what is happening in our country. You can testify, fellow Zimbabweans and fellow citizens. It is clear for all who care to listen to understand in our history of campaigning, we launched this party went into a by-election in 2022. We won these seats. Citizens, supporters us went into this election, came up and tried to, we made sure without doubt that we fast-track ZANU's attempt for 2/3 majority. And that's why we're being punished. That's why they think, but that's the character of the current regime, to pick any individual and give them powers over the citizens' project. That's why you see all this. We are spending $5 billion US. That is the money that has been budgeted by SEC just for the by-election of the 9 members of parliament and councillors that are coming. That money is coming from taxpayers' money. That's why this issue is not a Triple C issue. It's not a partisan issue. It's for all who care about democracy and the future of our country. Right now, we have problems in our country. Look at the state of our health facilities. People are dying of diseases that have been dealt with, but taxpayers' money is being spent on political issues. Why should our country be left in slow career for 5 years? This country has been arrested by vicious cycles of disputed election. That's what we and we communicated with regional players because the crisis in Zimbabwe has a bearing in region in terms of regional stability. Because the majority of Zimbabweans, when they see all these failed political maneuvers, for example, what does that happen? People leave the country as political and economic refugees, and it has a huge bearing in the region. And therefore, that is on that basis that we have engaged the region so that they help us. While we are using domestic avenue to resolve the crisis in this country, we also engage the region so that we pivot the crisis in Zimbabwe. And you can see without doubt that this crisis has escalated. You can see without doubt that there is an attack on the opposition, that there is an attack on citizens' power. Because when you close all democratic avenues of people to choose leaders, all democratic avenues to raise their voices, you set a country into a path of instability. And that is what we are avoiding as Triple C. That was what we are avoiding as visionary and statesman leadership in the form of Nelson Chamisa. That's how we give peace a chance, and that's why we believe that there must be engagement so that we are able to resolve this issue. Thank you very much, members of the media. Unless there are questions, our intention was to come here and clarify in terms of this important step that we've taken in relation to our legal code.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tafazo Nyikadzino from State of the Nation News. There are reports that the Chabangu Debeko is born out of internal squabbles. And earlier on today, we saw a tweet from Oko Chimono highlighting that you had some form of communication verifying these reports that there could be some internal squabbles that are resulting in what we are seeing today. What is the state of your internal politics in CCC right now?
Thank you very much. You want to treat that question?
Yeah, it's an interview here. So, additional to what you say, I wanted to find out on the internal situation relating to the harmony or the harmony pertaining to the honorable humanity and honorable human, because there are some issues relating to some members who sympathize with CCC who are already indicating that Chabangu is being pushed by honorable Nwe in order to PDT image superior. That's the narrative. So we need clarity.
Thank you very much, Gibson and Tafi. I'll twin the response. First first and foremost, you ought to understand, and I want to emphasize this for avoidance of doubt and confusion. This thing that you are seeing is a ZANU-PF issue. It's ZANU-PF that is attacking the authentic opposition. Why are they doing so? All signs are clear. People say defeated ZANU-PF in this election. We rejected the election results because we are very clear that it's not only a Triple C issue. SADC has confirmed and noted the report on Zimbabwe that the election in this country were not credible. So what are they doing now? Like any authoritarian in the world, they are going after Triple C. We're being punished for defeating ZANU after the charade that happened in the election. So it's an engineered program by ZANU to try and destroy the authentic opposition in this country. We are very clear we're not going to accept that. We remain focused. Our goal, you must understand, why these blows and balls are coming against us. It's because our objective is to attain political power and govern differently. So they don't want people who govern the difference. They don't want people who change the lives of ordinary people. So because we have put propositions to Zimbabweans who have accepted Triple C as a genuine alternative, that's why we're being punished. It is very clear in terms of how we communicate. I communicate with members of the media and fellow Zimbabweans through these official platforms and communications channels. And we've read to you what is our official position as Triple C. And obviously, you know and understand that when you read to us, we respond to you officially as a movement, and we've given you the official position. Individuals, my brother, look, we are different from that period. We don't discuss and debate individuals. We debate issues. What are the issues in this country? Number one, the election of the 23rd was a sham, was shambolic. It failed to meet constitutional, regional, and international standards. Second, Zimbabwe has entered into a constitutional crisis because of our inability to resolve the vicious cycles of disputed election. Number three, what we must know as Zimbabweans is that we must be able to resolve this problem of elections. This country cannot be arrested by vicious cycles of elections. We can't be an election nation. That is the problem that Triple C intends to address. And we pitch our propositions there. What individuals decide to do, I speak for and on behalf of the ordinary people, on behalf of the oppressed. And I'll take this opportunity to make you aware who are these people, who are the drivers of the alternative as led by African messengers. It is the oppressed, it is the downtrodden, those people who wake up at the blessing of an empty stomach and a jobless existence because of failed state. Those are the people of Triple C. Those are the drivers of this alternative. It is civil servants that work like you, my brother, from 8 a.m. up to 5 p.m. and getting a salary below the poverty pattern line. Those are the drivers of this movement. That is the view of the oppressed. It is members of the media in the Zimbabwe broadcasting services who are sexually harassed for the problematic. Those are the people we represent as a movement. But it is the view of the oppressed. Why should people be harassed instead of merit being at the center of the
Right. I think we have heard, that part. It was only the first, about the first 7 minutes that we had not had. So that was the presser. It was basically about 20 minutes. And so I don't know your reaction, to that. So, more for us. Tangatili Papi Nema participants. I think we've got new people, that have come in now.
Yeah, I think you can go with the new guys in.
I did it.
Yeah.
Right. So can I start with okay, in alphabetical order? Atwell. Atwell. Right. Can you speak?
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, Murunzwiga.
Yeah, good. Ndotenda madekani. Ini chandingangoda ngotaura apa ndechekuti dambudziko remuZimbabwe handioni kuti dambudziko riri pakati pema-political parties. Dambudziko remuZimbabwe rinogadziriswa. Idambudziko riri pakati pema-citizen. Ma-citizen haasi kuziva zvinhu zvakavanakira kana kuti zvinhu zvavanofanira kuti vawane munyika sema-citizen. Saka poda kutombodzidziswa vanhu kuti zvii zvavanofanira kuti vawane sema-citizen, ndingati ma-rights nema-benefit zvavanofanira kuwana just maZimbabweans. Kana vanhu vakatanga kuziva izvozvo vachazokwanisa kukontrola ma-politician kuti vaite zvavanofanira kuti vaite sema-politician. apa padambudziko remuzimbabwe nderekuti vanhu vari kungotevera vanhu vari kudya vachiguta ivo pasina kana chavari kuwana. Saka zvakakosha kuti titange chikoro chokudzidzisa munhu nemunhu kuti azive kodzero dzake nezvinhu zvanofanirwa kuwana munyika. Ndinofunga kuti kana tikatanga zvidzidziso zvakadaro togona kubatsirika sema-Africans. Handizivi kana kuri kuti zviri kunzwisika.
Yaiwa zvikunzwisika. Zvikunzwisika. Yeah.
Yeah, please,
Right.
please ndokumbira kuti maigona kuzama kuita kuramba muchiita.
I think I'm losing you there, Mkoma. Right. Okay. Let's go to the next speaker, but chichemo chenyu I think mamuda kuzama kuramba chita nema space Mkoma. Kana chiri chikumbiro chenyu
Inyaya yekuti zvinhu zvinoita munyika, but inyaya yekuti vanorwira havasi kugadzirisa zvinhu zvinake munyika kuitira kuti vanhu vagare vachingo.
Right. I think our network is an issue. Let me mute you there. Nmads, how are you? Nmads? Nmadzi, are you there? All right. Lunch. Right. They get in the kuna Dr. Tadini.
Mamukasei Mkoma. Ndisati ndatanga ndine mubvunzo. Inonzi marikos ato-authenticatwa here 6 years. Zvakonfirmwa here kuti vachavangu ndo vanyora tsamba yekutodzinga vanhu kana kuti ndo zvatiri kuita mazuva ano, generation of false information.
Panyaya marikos, the only person ari kunyora matsamba ndingi ndichabangu. Saka I think the previous letter the previous letter tangoenda kurwena mhepo. Saka ndo vakanyora.
But as it stands, asati aclaima kuti ndeyake handiti.
Togona kuzvitsvaga nekufasta pari.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, because the reason why I'm very careful about this is I saw people celebrating kudzingwa kwa Chabangu just a couple of hours back, only for the spokesperson right now to say that they have no idea who wrote that letter, which means that the CCC has not accepted Chabangu as their own and has not then fired also Chabangu. Had that letter been theirs, one, they've accepted Chabangu as being one of their ranks, but they've then relieved him of his responsibilities with immediate effect. So if you notice also the stamps, the way they are presented on those letters, so it then makes me question, is Chabangu really sending out more individuals out of the system? So that's why I wanted to confirm that first. Then it's unfortunate that we find ourselves on this position, and I think we will continue as long as the citizens are willing to be party of it. Citizens in this, we are the ones that are losing because we have no true reign over our political parties. We have no true influence over our political parties. Like just follow. we have basically been reduced to cheerleaders and nothing else. We've basically been reduced to cheerleaders and nothing else. And whatever the leadership, whether it be opposition or whether it be the ruling ZANU-PF, whatever it chains out, what we are expected to do is to fall in line, clap hands, never question, and then proceed with that. Failure to do that will attract a lot of a lot of evil or attacks, for lack of a better word, on my part. You see, so it's unfortunate. The question becomes, as my citizens, when are we going to actually start to demand more? And if you look at some of these institutions, they've been crafted in such a way that you cannot demand more as a citizen. You have no right to do that. And I guess that's why we find ourselves still a position in which every time we want to build something that's better, the response that we get is to tanga chako. Now imagine if every time we disagreed, vana vamkoma Gerard, unovhate nonovhura yako space, how many spaces would be running concurrently? Because it is never the situation that we are all in agreement in conversations here, even for those that will be sounding the same. Saka tinoona sei progress and build the same a better institution if our resolution to every disagreement is kuti enda unotanga chinhu chako ende chinhu ichi ndechangu. Yet the same things that we're talking about are supposed to be institutions that represent the whole, as the spokesperson was saying, Honorable Siziva. If you notice, he's saying that they are representing a horde. And if you are representing a horde that has differences of opinion, surely you can't say every time that a difference comes up, then we have to spring up another political party. This is me also pitching on what my sister was saying, Kuti. We need some sense of unity, at least around a particular movement, in a one objective, whether that objective in opposition is to remove ZANU-PF or that objective in total, when it comes to nation, is to succeed as a people. And it's missing. You cannot see that anyway. It's missing. You see, if those objectives were truly there, then there would be appetite even to listen to each other, whether it's within opposition or the nation at large. And there will be appetite to listen to dissenting voices and then improve our institutions, whether you're in opposition or you are an agreement. You're talking about the nation. What we have right now are politicians that are just doing grandstanding. Cinema realities are on the ground. For instance, people suffering. Or my realities are on the ground. For instance, a looming by-election. Whether political leaders come up and do a lot of grandeur and say a lot of things that they do not recognize this person and they do not do that and that, but the process is already there. You can actually see kuti chero mukasataura wedre kuti chavangu, but mumwe mataura nyaya yekuti by-election, and you try to sort of like censor yourself and remove chavangu and say we only talk about the by-election. The by-election is because of chavangu. Chavangu is because that there was a loophole that allowed him to be like that. If we are to run with the narrative that he is a total imposter. You see, it's like, zvinonetsa. Zvinonetsa, Uncle Gerard. Zvinonetsa, as it stands, it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult, and I think our opposition, in their different colors, actually have to step up the game. But the only way they will ever step up the game is if the citizens know what to demand. A politician cannot really stand up and say my opponent wants me destroyed and serve that as a justification. That's the most lame thing you could ever say. That's what an opponent does. They want you gone. The Democrats, let's talk about the Western world. The Democrats exist so as to destroy the Republicans. At every extent that they can, what they're trying to do is to discredit them. Kusvika papoint yekutotsvagirana kuti ko iwewe uri kurara nani mazuva ano, kana kuti iwewe uri kuenda kuchechi ipi ende wakamboti uri munhu wemutendi anotenda chii. That's what opposition does. That's what opponents do. But here we are using that as good. No, our only problems are coming from the fact that our opponent is attacking you. What does it mean to be an opponent? What does it really mean to be an opponent? You want an opponent that is supposed to pamper you? It is unfortunate that you cannot manufacture your own opponent. And it is also unfortunate that you cannot define how your opponent then chooses to attack, especially in a system like Zimbabwe, where the opponent has had time to cement themselves. They've had time to infiltrate all these apparatus. It's unfortunate. I'll end it at this and give you an example. I used to be involved in chess so much, national, international competition. You would meet different kind of players. You're not really allowed to talk and to interfere with with your opponent. But you'll notice that there are players who do certain things with their faces, certain movements, all just to annoy you. And you can't put that to book because it's not something chekuti unokwanisa kuti kuna what do you call it the referee ndikutizwa nemashoko achadzoka. You can't say to the referee mukomana waari kufambisa face yake. But you know that this is directed at your distraction. But you can't really make a claim is to distract me. So what do? You come up with your own means. When you craft something, when you take something from the board, you have a sinister smile that sends chills to your opponent. That's the game. And that's what we have right now. So I think we really have to stop being sissies and understand for the past 43 years, this is the opponent that we face. And no matter what we do, if we come with a weak armor, the opponent is going to take a chisel and the hammer to the armor. And they will continue hitting until you don't exist. Thank you very much, Gerard.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me call upon Padare.
Sorry, a quick one before you go, Ango Jet, to a quick one to Tadini. Tadini, just as a pushback a little bit to ask you, Power Taura Kuti, that's the game, and opponent wants to destroy you, but we don't seem to. Is the political? Do you call this a political game then, where you destroy your opponent? Because if we look in our other countries, neighboring countries, there is a political game where you want to beat your opponent, but there is absolutely no distraction as in Zimbabwe. Is Zimbabwean situation not quite unique?
No, that's not true. That's not true at all. Sorry, host.
That's for Tadini.
Yeah, that's not true at all. If you listen to Hichilema, he'll tell you that his opponent was always up to destroying him. So it's a misrepresentation of reality that we do as Zimbabweans to try and make our situation as if it's more unique than the world. But the spokesperson in his submission that we were listening to right now told you that that's not a reality. He told you that how ZANU-PF is behaving is how all dictators across the globe behave, showing you that we are not a unique case. We are just unique in how we are choosing to respond to the struggles that are true for a lot of nations. If you go around, the opponent is trying to eliminate us, to bring its own opponent. That's what they are saying, exactly what you are saying. Let's go to a first world country. Listen to what the Republicans are saying on Fox News. They're trying to eliminate, they're trying to kill Trump, they're trying to arrest him so that he doesn't compete. They're afraid of him. They want to create their own opponent that they do not fear. Trump visited the police academy recently. Did you see what the police did for him? Shining bells and lights and what. And then what did the Republicans run with? The true president who wants to be taken off the ballot by those that fear him. So it is not abnormal. What is abnormal is what are the narratives that we are creating, that there is an opponent who wants to pamper you. Yet in the first world that we want to emulate in some of these things, it is a known fact that opposition is there to cut and destroy. Now the question is, some of them have been able to stand the test of time because they've built equal responses to that. Again, I'll use the Democrats and the Republicans. Not only use the join a channel, was what happened to indoctrinate issues the Democrats. Ukajoina channel was that happened to indoctrinate Republicans.
What talk about
so sorry, but
how strong it was.
Yeah. Yes, so what we are avoiding is to create these responses ourselves. We are avoiding that. Yet the rest of the world knows that you have to come up with those responses. Your opponent is not going to say on their own, I'm going to be a softer person so that this guy has a chance to win. Never. They're in the business of maintaining and attaining power. And it's every chance they will take it. And Zimbabwe, when we go to our mythical understandings, people talk about Simba, Romba. And have you ever heard of those cases being merciful cases? Not that I believe in it, but have you ever heard an issue of mercy? Through and through. Yet we are expecting that from our opponent. It's just not true. Whether you're in the standard
Can I just push
ANC
back
and
on
EF,
Komatadine as well?
I don't think they want to destroy them. The conservative and the Labour Party in the UK, I think they're more committed on ideas. So they are still
Because
as much as dictatorship is there and that's the norm. I don't think it's
That's your
normal.
choice in the co-host. That's your choice of an example. That's why I finished you with 100 other with tens of others. So you can come up with a choice where you think that they are not trying to destroy each other. It is also not true. It is only the conservatives that can come and say, yes, we don't believe that the other side is trying to eliminate us from the political game, of which you and I are not in that position. But if you were to listen to their different leaders, they give the same undertones. And again, that's just one example. I've told you of Hichilema, one fan that people like here. He has said it countless times. This guy, when he was in power, all he did was to meditate on how to totally destroy us as a movement. Why would you reject that? This is a person that we have celebrated countless times. But he's saying the exact same thing that we're saying. Go around
what did the
beside the
Conservatives do
region.
with Jeremy Corbyn here in UK?
Go around beside the region. Listen to what Malema is saying now about the DA, and he's saying about the what is this other the ANC. Same thing. But it's also the struggles we pamper and say no. It's also we exist in some kind of universe outside the normal. This is an opponent. We need to step up our game. If the opponent is biting, we need to bite back. Simple. Or we need to wear an armor that if they try to bite, their teeth will chip. Period. Not to plead to the enemy to become softer because the rest of the enemy opponents in the world do not behave like that, which is also not true itself, that they do not behave like that. Whether you're looking at the first worlds that are democratic, or you go to second worlds or first worlds that are anything but democratic, you will see that the problem is the same.
Well, interesting observations there. Anyway, I like it. You gave examples. I gave some examples. So at least we look on both sides of the story. So anyway, thanks, Dr. Tadini. I think Uncle Jedwati, who is coming next, can go on.
Was it me? Because I didn't hear Uncle Jedwati. If it's me, I can present and say with Titus, you literally forgot to mention MDC. MDC brought a big fight in Zimbabwe and actually forged, the democratic processes in Zimbabwe. It actually created and gave you the constitution you are using today. It means it was very strong. It's coming from a position where it was weak, and it became a competitor of ideas in Zimbabwe. And when I say it, remember, when I say it, you are all going to regret, moving and running away from MDC as an opposition. I meant it, and I meant it well. These are some of the regrets that we are seeing now. Because, listen, it's not about pretty faces, but it's about policy, it's about structures, it's about building strong foundations. You've just listened to this, Ostalos. You tell me, with your experience, Iwewe, Titus, this man can speak your voice for you. Tell me in God's honest truth, with what you have seen from Chitungwiza to Chikura, how you have built your life, you think Ostalos today can be your voice of reason after presenting the way he's presented. Blamed everything on ZANU-PF, and not even one point he actually took and said, guys, in this world where you have social media, you can't lie in front of social media. You can't hide truth in front of social media. You tell me right now, you run spaces every day here, Titus. You hear what people are saying every day on the other side of things. This individual, he did not take responsibility of the failings of his boss or himself as someone who wants to represent. He's trying to tell us he's standing for the poor people on the ground. No, you don't stand for the poor people by lies. You don't stand for the poor people by telling us that you are a good fighter and you have someone who's better than you, who's stopping you to be who you have to be. It can't be. You cannot seriously tell me more for today, Iwewe, Titus, knowing you. Could Ostalos can actually be your leader right now? If there's one thing that I literally, totally regret, is seeing such individuals in the politics in Zimbabwe. Why? Because the diaspora middle class, Zimbabwe middle class, Zimbabwe has got a middle class.
It has a middle class, and the middle class is us here. You and I and Dr. Nadine, all of us in diaspora. Why do I say that? Because you send 3 billion back into your country. So there's a live diaspora, there's a live opposition in Zimbabwe and middle class in Zimbabwe. You are the middle class. You can surely tell me that this boy who has just spoken can literally be your voice when he articulated nothing, absolutely nothing, nothing to say. Look, this is how we are going to fix this problem. We should have gone into negotiations with this guy, Alan Shabang. We should have been, this is where you show your negotiation, your conflict resolution. Guys, we got it wrong. Forgive us, but we are going to make it right as we move on. That's integrity. Honest integrity is the key. You don't use people and tell them people are poor. People will always be poor. There will be other rich people. But what we need to be doing is not fight for people are poor. You fight for fairness. That's how you do it. You fight for fairness. You fight for policies. You fight for the way your government should be held to account. I was impressed with Fazema the other day when she was talking about what the findings were. Impressive young lady speaking. I actually said, in parliament. This is what we need. This is exactly what we need in parliament. And then you hear this boy coming up here, giving us 20 minutes of rhetoric. And you think this political formation is ready to govern Zimbabwe or is a match to ZANU-PF. Tadini, I regret every day listening to your voice. I get angry listening to your voice because if I was in Zimbabwe right now or in government right now, I would want you, a person like you, to be in opposition to me. I would want a person like you, Tadini, because you bring sense to what we are trying to achieve. You bring sense to what Zimbabwe is trying to go to. You bring sense in normalizing politics. Not to be told by someone if the fault is about, I'm just going to land now. The fault is ZANU-PF. ZANU-PF is the one that is doing this to us. So we can't govern you because ZANU-PF is the better political party than us. That's exactly what this person is saying. He's saying ZANU-PF is better than, CCC. Because if everything that you have done, you blame it on ZANU-PF, it means your existence is flawed. Your existence, and let me present, you're going to have your chance to present.
You're repeating same thing.
Yeah, I'm not repeating the same thing. I'm literally saying.
Guys repeating
Akuna, exactly. If this is hurting you, it means you are being hurt by truth and you are going to die in that truth. You have to hear the truth of your uselessness because you took a whole boot political party and you weaponized and said they were supported by ZANU-PF. Now this is not done. Chamisa again is messed up. And now it's ZANU-PF. If something is going to happen again, it's ZANU-PF. When are you going to sit down as opposition and say we have a responsibility and a mandate to tell the truth to our people? The people that vote for you, no, our foundation was wrong. Give us another chance so that we can rebuild something that is strong. When are you going to do that? When are you going to honor that? Yeah, let me just land and say, listen, if there's anything that we have learned from this politics, is how Chamisa is not a negotiator. He does not know conflict resolution, and he destroys because he's got a pretty face. That's all. Many thanks.
Right, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Very well, Uncle, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mkomankala, Murise. Brother Nkala. Nkala, are you there? Right. How about it's silly Adam. It's silly Adam. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Right. It's silly Sele or silly Adam? Can you hear me?
Sele mama.
Okay. Right, freelance. Unizwe.
Zvakanaka naka mzukuru wangu.
All right. Okay, check the mic.
No, my question is, honest enough, you can't come in and insult another young man who is trying to change the lives of Zimbabweans. I don't think Australia insulted ZANU-PF there. Australia said what happened immediately after the election. Could our elections are disputed and this is caused by this. But you come and give us a submission about insulting a young man and start praising MDC. What happened to the leader of MDC who you praised, where you arrested him, you tortured him, you did everything to him? The submission is always about a CCC. Honest enough, Padre, honest enough, your submission sometimes do not only you have got a problem. Anyway, to move on, Uncle Jet. I think the press conference here, the spokesperson, yes, CCC, it was a wonderful statement. A wonderful statement. And he gave us exactly what we need to do as citizens. And let's follow that.
What did you get out of it? What did you get out of it?
What I got out of it, we spoke about it yesterday. Akuna musha usina problems. You understand?
Right.
Akuna musha usina problems. But if we have got problems, let's not go out and start singing outside the yard. I liked that, Uncle Jade. Akuna musha. It means if Chabangu anga a problem as a CCC, we should just spoke together as a family and say, no, guys, this. He said exactly what I said yesterday. Kuti tonsa takadai Uncle Jade tinema problems. So I don't know what you gonna Chirunzanzi Australia is the West. Today you are praising Fadzai, Australia is down. Come on, that's what you call propaganda. Anyway, Uncle Jade. Thank you so much.
Okay, you are saying Guti, is that an acknowledgement? Yakuti, they are saying Guti Shabangu is now, is part of them, and whatever it is, that is going on is internal.
I mean, when you listen to the press conference, he didn't excuse what you're gonna Chabang. We don't know him. Okay.
But that has been, the swan song that at first it was we don't know him, we don't even know him, and then it was we don't know him as SG, and then it went like, oh, he's an imposter, he's a bogus character, he's a what? So what is the actual position from your own understanding?
Uncle Jed. There is a space here, Uncle Jet in Titus, it every day from 12 o'clock. A space here, Jet space, Bana Titus. Pa space, Ipapu, Panomboya G March, Pachuya Musena. Right, Pachuya Musena. Right. Musena, when the a space yake, then people say, Musena, he works with. What I'm trying to say is, that guy, and of course, Atina Mozwa post yake Uncle Jet. The only post I knew about SG, the other SGR report. So I cannot speculate things in. So if someone says space Jet in Titus, that's the space Yadino Zim. So we haven't heard the leader of CCC as tell about we don't know him in our structures. Do you have anything to ask from that in
No. I just wanted, clarity on that. Sorry, I'm trying to, multitask here.
Titus, do you know Uncle Jet? Yes, Uncle Jet, we do space together. Do you know Baba M? No, Baba M, I don't know him. Baba M, what you gonna teach you to know it was in space in Uncle Jet?
Right. So you're saying we can draw similarities from that, and that best explains, what is going on with Shabang.
Listen, Uncle Jet, you have seen me, Nana Australians have seen me in the past. I'm not in the structures of CCC myself. Okay.
Yeah, I know that.
Yes, saka munhu inini ndoita something uko ndosvika uko ndoti nezurotata or whatever. You see, I can be anywhere. I can take a picture with Uncle Jade. Ndatora mapicture ndoenda kunoita something uko ndokuzanzi munhu waUncle Jade. Isisi yataura kuti no, we don't know, we don't have such a person in our structures.
Right. Okay.
Ngabudise constitution yake ayibudise kuti this is the constitution, the leader is so I am this tione, then we move on.
Right. Dr. Tadini asked Kutizo with these current recalls that we are talking about, are they coming from Shabangu, and how legit are they? And I said, Kutizo, I'll try and reach out to find out what is going on. I have reached out and I've been referred to wait for it. I've been referred to the deputy interim SG. So I've messaged the deputy interim SG to find out.
Deputy interim SG, where is the Ndiani deputy interim SG?
Achimomira zvazvingadozve chimomira ndichataura kana vachinge vanipindura deputy interim SG, and then I'll review zita ravo, but that deputy interim SG is an honorable existence. Saka, let me hear from them if they answer me, and then I'll give the full details. I just wanted to update Tadini on that.
Before I don't want to stay long here. I'll stay long, but I don't want to talk time about Moban. Officially, you as a I mean, we what the job you are doing, we classify you as a journalist anyway. Once you do such things, we classify you as a journalist, right? We I mean, a researcher. According to what you know, I mean, the members of CCC with their positions, amunoziva and they're happy. Imim.
No,
not knowing them officially, not knowing them officially. Yes,
those are promise, those are Vanyoson Chamisa. Right.
Is that a tough question for you, Otto Funzabamwe?
You all three are on the Kwanza Wupa Eagles News.
Okay.
But my positions and where do you position I got when position I got?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I mean, Uncle Jet, sometimes there's a saying which says, "Are you calling me a liar?" Especially there is a saying which says, "Are you calling me a liar?" Right? You have come to me, freelance. This. No, I didn't do it. Then when you did it? Then I say I didn't do it. When CCC comes and say, in our structures, we don't have such a person, right? And then that person who comes in and challenge, he must come with a proof. To say, they said they don't know me. We don't want a proof of pictures or video together. Do you understand?
But the court munanonzi producer evidence with this
some court evidence. But on the other side, a lot of people are saying those courts are captured. Then the accuser is coming back and saying they are using a court which is captured.
Captured courts at winners. That's not what Mati kuna deputy. What on a deputy? And the deputy was Mati honorable food.
Honorable.
Honorable and honorable parliament. Ndikati kupa wangu mukana pangu ndataure.
No, sorry,
Ndinokuudza,
Uncle Jed, I just
yes.
came through because ndangonzwa ndoda kunzwawo mako anzi kuna watove na interim chairperson. So who's the deputy spokesman? That's all I came up for and nothing else.
Timbochimhanya here guys.
Aiwa chimumirai show ino haiperi ndisati ndinge ndadura zita racho, but ndinge kutanga ndacommunicata nawo because ndinge ndatumira message yangoita 1 tick so far. Saka I'm waiting for him to get in touch, va-acknowledge, and then but munhu wacho andipa ari kundiudza kuti ava ndinterim secretary general, munhu ari close within. Saka I just need to get a confirmation from the honorable,
Can I?
because pandabvunza kuti izvo marecords aya ari legit here, ndabva ndarifewa kuna deputy honorable, the deputy SG, the deputy interim SG.
Okay, Uncle Jed. I don't know, what do you say? Kusunganisa dzi, what can I say? Where in Ndebele we say ukupanisa izinja imsila. I don't know what to say it in Shona. That you take
Freelance, can you help us there?
you tie the dog tails together. Freelance, can you help? In Shona, what do you
Yes,
call it? How do you say it?
kusunganisa musembwa yembwa handimbwa izinja.
Yes. So if you look,
Yeah,
I think
kusunganisa
as
musembwa.
from yesterday, that's the narrative that is being pushed, and that narrative seems to be gaining ground because there are a lot of people who are pushing from different angles. So that's all they have done. So that's exactly what is happening now, or what is supposed to happen. If these guys are not careful, we're gonna see the dog eating another dog, and yeah, it's gonna be messy, I think.
But asunganisa imbwa ndiyani igolide obopanisa ndiyani.
Freelance, do you read ama post when they are post?
Yes,
Uncle Jet
thank you.
posted
Yes.
something, and
Yeah.
the people who came through, most of them think Ngabarakashi, and the narrative that they were portraying is actually I don't know. At the present moment, there is someone who calls himself who's this guy who was actually fired by Mnangagwa, who's a senior person in ZANU, who recently joined the ZANU PF. And I received a phone call from my son-in-law, BT, and they were saying this and that. That's all fuck all. That's rubbish. That's propaganda.
Guys, language is still
Sorry, sir. But
please,
that's propaganda, really. At the end of the day, it's just propaganda that is going on. And yes, they are trying by all means. And those who are gullible really are going to take the bait, I guess.
Right. Okay, no problem. Right.
You want us to drop Uncle Jet, or you will come? It's up to you.
If you want to have a second bite of the cherry, you can stay there. Nkala.
All right.
Nkala, are you there? Right. Okay. Baba EM.
Afternoon, Uncle Jeza. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. So inina, I just wanted to contribute. I think pane muna taura nyaya yekuti pamazovhunza, I think mavhunza freelance kuti ava zvavataura kuti hapana musha usina maproblems. Hazvireve here kuti Chabangu is also part of them, and maproblems ari kuitika zviri kungoreva kuti it's a normal organizational setup yekuti hakuna musha usina maproblems. So I just wanted to clarify kuti Ostalos paataura nyaya the existence of problems in every organization anga achiresponda to a question yamentionwa BT and Oshman Ngube. He also went on to say we don't discuss individuals, but we discuss ideas. So I just wanted to to put a clarity on that one. And also maybe something chiri kutorwa sirizvo. Well, I guess it's also fair for those people to take those words that way. Kuti we don't know him. Akataurwa na advocate Nelson Chamisa. Inini hangu mutoro wandakangozvita ndewekuti when he said we, he was referring to we as in CCC. We as an organization, we don't know him. He is not part of us, and we also do not have that position in our movement. I think that was clear. Vanhu vanogona hawo kuda kuzozvitora in a way yekuti but anomuziva personally, but when someone then says we don't know him, hatimuzive kuorganization kwedu, even kubasa. I think vamwe vanhu vakati uyo anoshanda kubasa kwenyeri iwo kuti hatimuzive. It doesn't mean that haumuzive as a person or an individual, but you being part of the organization yaari kuclaimwa kunzi he belong to, waakuti haako haasi wekuorganization kwedu. So I think kana taakuzongoanalyza some of these things, let's not be dishonest, ngatingovawo honest, tongoanalyza sezvazviri, tingotaurawo mafacts. Yeah. Then on this guy recalling, I also would like to call upon the CCC leadership to say, I'm thinking if they've got a constitution or anyway, can't they use that maybe in the courts to prove that Chabangu is not part of them? I'm thinking ipapo and those questions are not.
Vari kunzizoning vasubmita imwe, vanhu vakasubmita a constitution. Vakasubmita a constitution. Saka it means kuti Shabangu akasubmita constitution yake, CCC according to statement ya Ostalos, CCC vasubmita a constitution. Saka it means that kudila netuma constitutions erap.
Yeah, that becomes messy as well, because inini pamwe panga ndisiri kunzwisisa even from the end yaChabangu wacho, because inini ndaida kunyatsotarisa with an objective mind without emotions. Ndikatarisawo engo yaChabangu also then mentioned kuti let's get back or let's go back to the 2019 constitution or congress here, of which now that's 2019, that was before the formation of CCC. CCC was formed after my recalls Anna Monzura. Was it 2021 or so? Panga pakuda kutoitwa inonzi my election. So again, he's contradicting himself, and kune vanonzwisisawo zvemutemo vanogona kupatsana ngoro ipapo kuti
arikuti. I think I spoke about this. I think so many shows ago, when I said Kutizoni, Pandagati I'm introducing Kaga's moment. Ndikatizoni, Zirikunzi is being said. The formation or the coming up of CCC as a party name was a resolution of a meeting that was held whilst they were identifying themselves as MDC Alliance, a political party, which they say was born in Gweru 2019. So his argument point is when he spoke about the 2019 Gweru Congress, you are saying that the leadership that came out of that Congress, which aligned with Nelson Chamisa, which ended up calling themselves MDC Alliance Political Party, is a leadership that sat down and decided collectively to come up with the CCC political party. So in the interim, that is the leadership that is saying we should continue with that leadership until at a time we have our inaugural Congress to decide on a substantive leadership leadership of the party. So to him, he is saying, because we are no longer following, or we were no longer being together in terms of that leadership that sat down and said, Muswa 22 January 2022, that said, Kutizo, you know what? Because Douglas Monzola is claiming the name MDC Alliance, and he's saying that anyone who's fielded under MDC Alliance, that person is fielding under them. And also, they were also going to be fielding candidates under MDC Alliance. So in order to avoid the complications that will be brought about in that scenario, then on the 22nd of January, it was decided that we should go collectively as leadership. We should go with the name CCCC. So Nshangami is saying that leadership should still exist in its form. But now, where now it becomes problematic for him now is if we want to go to that leadership, would know that the Secretary General was Charlton Wende. And where is he coming in now as a Secretary General? Who appointed him? Where was he appointed? If we want to talk about that leadership, that is where for me it becomes problematic to say his motivation for occupying or the one who appointed or the appointing authority. If it was not Gweru 2019, what then happened for him to be part and parcel of the leadership that came out of Gweru 2019? Because honestly speaking, the Shabangu name only heard about it a couple of months ago.
Yeah, that's so true. And I think one thing that seems to be chinoratidza kuti ndechechokwadi apa, it's the issue of I don't think Chabangu is the one who's fighting Chamisa. I think that is quite evident. But the people that are fighting Chamisa, they've got some bit of political capital, and they wouldn't want to lose this political capital. Hence, they are fronting this Chabangu, who they know that he doesn't have any political capital, and he doesn't have any political career to talk about, that he is willing to to keep and to protect. So I think they are being, but they are not being fair now to us, the voters or the citizens, because what they are doing can only benefit ZANU-PF. I don't think whoever is behind Chabangu is going to benefit. I don't think so. So I mean, let's just sit back and watch. But hey, yeah, it's so depressing. This country, teapot count many things, Uncle Jit.
But Uncle
Right.
Chet, ndokumbula kuvunza. Sorry, Titus, co-host, please. And sorry, who is meant to be next? Uncle Chet, I just want to ask you as a consumer, not a consumer, yes, scarf. As somebody who traveled all the way, who prepared the traveling or to go and cast a vote, and then I ask you, as a candidate who was contested at Sunningdale, you spent 40,000 US dollars, uchi campaign, uchi prepare. I am putting you as that person. How will you feel with the situation of what is happening right now? Those two questions.
I'll be crying.
Can I respond?
Just wait before you respond. Let Uncle Jet respond.
All right.
Then you come
I'll,
back.
Okay.
I'll be crying. Mariangu God. Mariangu God. But you know what?
Then usati wapedza kuchema ipapo Uncle Jet. Then ndokutora ndokuisa parliament for few weeks. Kana kuti woita mayor for 2 days. Kana kuti ndokuisa keke pamukanwa ndobva ndorivhisa usati warimedza. Those are the questions. Andikuvhunza munhu wese ipapo. Ndakugara hangu malokutereses ndichakamira kubvunza imwe question.
Politics nema emotions mkoma freelance hapana. Politics munofanira kutopinda musina ma-emotions. Hapana vanhu vanombofunga paipai kuti how is the next person going to feel. Hapana, itongori ijango survival of the fittest. Makaona wani zvakaitwa naMonzura that other time. Iwewe uchinyatsoona kuti alright unogona kunge uri correct handiti, but whatever you are doing, it's not going to benefit you one or maybe the people, but it's going to benefit ZANU-PF. So why would you go ahead and do it? You'd rather look for other ways of resolving whatever difference that might be in existence. So yeah, pakaipa.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, for that. Let's go to the next speaker. Right. I don't know if Ankala, if you're there, just let me know if you're there. But if you're not there, I'm going to drop you down. Okay. So yeah, please take the mic. Ankala, take the mic.
Good afternoon and good morning to others because of time difference.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I was a bit busy, or I had a webinar on something, so I had to be on the computer instead of the phone. Looking at the subject that we have, it's very painful to repeat what others have been repeating, in the sense that we're saying, we will say we told you so. Because a political solution is a very difficult solution if it meets people that cannot actually agree to the pace or to the fact that they are human, they can make errors. One is not about being correct or wrong in leadership again. It's about the 3 C's that I always talk about. It's about the consensus. It is about the compromise. It is about the cooperation with others. It doesn't become a personal matter. It becomes a national matter in that sense. Otherwise, if you become an individual as a leader, it becomes difficult. So hear me very well as I comment as an individual, not because I represent a political party, but also as an individual who also wants to be built into a leader for the future. Because the future needs us. The future needs us to be ready for it. If we are not going to be ready for it, it means that Zimbabwe is doomed. And when our children ask us, where were you when this was happening? We should be able to tell them that we were cowards. If we were not, we should do something about it or say something about it. Let those that listen, not do, but keep repeating and say, we told you so. This situation can still be averted. This situation can still be sorted out by finding each other. A simple word, finding each other. If these people can find each other, they can solve the whole problem for us to speculate, the whole problem for us to keep talking, the whole problem for us to keep thinking of what is going to happen, or what might happen, or what will happen, or what has happened. Because at the current moment, you see, it's very funny. I will ask a simple question because I don't know the guy. I also saw that on Twitter also and on media. There is now an interim national chairperson. And the spokesperson has said that he doesn't know the interim chairperson. So now there is now a group led by the chairperson which is attacking the interim secretary general. How many CCCs do we have now? What if that one wakes up and starts recalling others? What are we going to do? What situation are we getting into? And how can we avoid the situation? Because now we're getting into a more worse situation. The situation is already worse. But I don't know if there's a word that is worse than worse itself. Because that's where we're getting into. So otherwise, what I'm asking for, I'm not saying that let so and so what I'm simply asking for is the logic. For us as people, if you are here and you have got the power to try to bring these people to talk together,
try to use that power not to actually outwit each other, but to find each other. That's my call.
All right. Thank you very much, for that. Let's go to the next speaker, Fox. Fox, are you there? Fox, are you there? I've seen you can unmute yourself, please. If you can start to speak. Right. I can't. Can you guys hear, Fox?
No, we can't.
All right. My brother, there's something wrong, with your network. So if you can, if I can ask you, to come down, and then I'll bring you, back up. Not Goldie.
Yes,
Did you make a full presentation, or you responded, to somebody?
No, I just came up because you said I'm still waiting for the deputy interim. That's what I'm waiting for. But I need to go now.
All right. Okay. Once I get once I get what I want, I will give you, the name.
Okay, I'll just please send me a DM because I think I won't be. I will just be knocking off now.
Yeah,
I
but
want to get
we all want to know.
but
We
towards
want to
the
know.
end. So that you just go to them because they got the DM when anyone then I'll be na busy instead of my DM. So that towards the end, munozongoteerera show kana ndizo mukazodzoka kana ndinge ndataura, I'll just let you know. But anyway, thank you very much for that. Regarding kuna right. Koma Robson. You can speak. Right. Okay. Freelance. What about you?
No, ndachida kuti Nkala, brother Nkala brought a very, very interesting, but I wanted to rebut kuna Nkala. Kuti it talks. How can we? How can this talk now after this? After exchanging gloves like this now, what is the way for? How can they approach each other and talk and bring each other on the table to talk? Gunkala, nyimbo zunkala.
Is it still there? Okay.
There's no formula to doing that, freelance. You are one of the people that is very vocal about solutions and what have you. I say to those that can get to those people, talk to them and bring them to the table to talk.
Okay. Those who can, those who can.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I get it.
And what had you thought? Because it's obvious there's something that you thought or you had.
No. I was thinking that what you gonna do that they can talk to each other then and try and amend this. I say same with this.
Yeah, that was the simple call that I made. And if all of us can try to have that same call, let's stop defending. Let's get these people to the table, because when we defend, we take sides. So to those that are taking sides, you are worsening the situation. You are not solving it. The political crisis of Zimbabwe has always been created, and what actually necessitates it is some things that we call, if ever you want to prevent a fire and it spreads, you must make sure that you avoid the piling of anything that is flammable around it. And I hear a lot of flammable people, very flammable people around this subject, whereby they are actually making it the fire grow bigger instead of trying to actually cut the fire so that it can be solved easily. We are looking at Zimbabwe's future. I believe we're not looking at Nkala's future. We're not looking at freelance's future.
But Nkala, can I just ask, which people should be brought to the table here? Which people or which parties?
The parties that you're talking about, because you can't be telling me that you are talking and you don't know the parties. That
No,
cannot be
no,
true.
no.
No, I think what Mukoma is trying to say here is, sometimes we might gather here, spend hours and hours, talking about this, arguing and stuff like that. But in the absence of the right people that can be giving us, the answers, that we seek, then sometimes, the conversations will just, be, conversations. So when you're talking about bringing people or the right people, that's the same as saying that, okay, bring Ostalos here as the spokesperson so that, he can help clarify, things. Or even bring Nelson Chamisa here or bring Tendai Biti here to push back against, these accusations that, is part and parcel of the people that are working with, Shabang. Or bring Jacob Mafume here with being accused of wanting, his
Yeah,
mayoral
uncle.
position back.
Uncle,
So I think
hazvisiri zvo zvavari kutaura Mukomankala was talking about something different. So I think of uniting the parties that are having a dispute. So I was asking which parties, because there are probably three parties. There is the Chabangu, and there is Chamisa, and there is also ZANU-PF. So I'm asking which two, so that we are clear.
but Mkoma is more or less the same thing, that I was saying. To say that, if you bring, these people, even ZANU PF, you can bring them here. Hey, ZANU PF, are you trying to destroy, the opposition? It's still, the same thing. But it is something that I've always said, I've always maintained, the position. That whenever, we have conversations about what is happening in our politics, ZANU PF, you never see them presenting, their spokespeople to any platform. The only time that, you see them is when they are doing a presser at Jongwe, or when they've been invited to a program. They are,
You see,
the
Uncle
rest of
Jay,
the people, that we end up seeing here are either defenders of the political party or the Rakashis who are trying to defend, their, political party. But when it comes to the real issues that people would need, will be needing answers to, you hardly see, these people. That goes, the same with the opposition. You hardly see some of them on some of these, platforms to come and address the burning issues that people might be having. The only time that, you see them is where they feel that, this is a user-friendly, platform where I can go there and have it, my way. Unfortunately, that is the reality of the situation. That is what is there.
ya chinoitika ndechekuti Uncle Jay, kuzanu PF ukarasa gwara remusangano unosangana nemota, unoita anything. Ukangorasa gwara remusangano chete waenda. Saka that's what I don't
Unongorasikawo.
know. Ukangorasika gwara remusangano chete, inga vanotaura vanhu kuti ingobuda gwara
bvunza
remusangano chete, iya unoenda.
bvunza zivhu zano haitambe zano haizokusekerera.
Prepaid lawyer.
Continue, Uncle Jay. Titus.
Sorry ndauyawo ndangosvika ndiri kuda kumborosa mukoma jeza mamuka sei sekuru jeza platform hot platform as ever, you always right iyezvo maakumuka manje makusunura angochedza ndadena ndarova shumba nembama
ndabenge ndakakotsira
sorry sekuru
That's what
makavata iko zvino mamuka angochedza
take that back, take
sorry, I'll
that
take it
back,
back.
take
Of
that
course.
back, take that
Sorry,
back.
ndarova shumba nembama. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Havana borosha nembama kwaita, but yeah, that's wrong.
No, that's fine. That's fine. No. I was just actually being provocative deliberately anyway. But to be honest with you, Uncle Jeza, you have an audience, right? You are a powerful man. You don't even understand the amount of power that you have. Uri munhu ane voice really authoritative anyway. And unenge waenda kuchikoro mchana 1 plus 1 I think you unoiziva 1 plus 1 you are right.
There again you can't.
Come on.
I went to school. I got 3
Amusima
I
degrees.
know,
I don't know.
but
Havana chikoro vana
amusima
vagona kuchana. Ndakanyatsoenda
aiwa.
kuloni kuchikoro.
Okay.
haisi
That's all right.
yakudzidzira
Taura nyaya yangu Jesu.
Avaramba wadaro
Oh, sorry
ndikukudropa.
about that. Sorry, Uncle. Ndiri kutamba nemi. Ndafunga muri Uncle vari right. But muri right. Okay.
Ndiri right, but haikona kuda kuya in that
Okay.
way.
So,
Come correct.
okay. I will come correct. Sorry about that. I somebody ibabido ndakamwa doro zingari nezuro. Okay. So the
Kana nini abati ndinge ndiri sober.
okay. Muri sober? Shamari ndakuvara nomwa mvura man. But sakuri chezaka. Tiri kunyepera naye panapa handiti, and we are trying to speculate about a lot of things, right? But isusu chokwadi chaicho tochiziva in our background, tochiziva in our background mind, tochiziva chokwadi kuti constitutionalism, we have always been reiterating this since 2022. Tichitaura no, do you know kuti zvinhu zviite nyore, just follow rules, right?
But uri kuti isusu tapuwa iwewe nani?
Mazimbabwe ese.
Come on. You can't say isusu. You can't say everyone. Just say I know. Just say use yourself. Don't say I know.
Okay.
Unless if you say iwewe nana Uncle Jeje Moses. Use the right
komagambo wasiya vakapedza point yavo.
All right,
okay.
sorry. Okay.
So what I was saying was, I think constitutionalism is very important. But in any like in health and safety, right? In construction, health and safety. And one thing I do is that I don't just come out ndakamuka ndongofunga kuti nhasi ndoda kuita chakati. No, I actually wake up knowing kuti nhasi ndoda kwakati ndichinoita chakati, right? Zvakatonyorwa nomwe munhu, I do not question, right? What I'm supposed to do there, what I'm supposed to find out, what I'm supposed to report on. Andowazona. Because pane mutemo wekambani wekuti tapuwa, you are going to check on, possible working from height, okay, what solutions can you suggest? I suggest solutions based on a methodology. Ndopuwa inini handiti kuti tapuwa inda kubasa unoita zvakati. I don't go there on my own volition ndokuti no nhasi ngatite so. No, I'm not allowed. Why? Because there's someone else atoripo kudhara ane zvinhu zvake zvaari kuita. So we have to speak the same language. You understand? So we have we singing from the same hymn book. Kuti no, kuti zvinhu vanhu vaita safe panapa. We need to do this and that. But the basics are these. Shishandisa my skills are to improve that, right? So it has to have a basis. A basis is now a constitution. Iwewe une political party. Pane mtemo wenyika, a constitution yedu ya 2013. Yaunoverenga first. Usati wadi wafoma a political party. Wafoma political party yako. Inofana kunge iri in line with the provisions of that constitution. So if you look back at the Political Parties Act, what it says about the behavior or how they moderate activities within political parties, if you look at it, the only party that has broken the Political Parties Act is CCC. Because ukatarisa ma-primaries avo vanotaura aitite zvatoda ma-primaries because haizi national. But no, hang on a minute. Whether zvaunoda, but uri constituency, right? Whether zvaunoda bereka mwana chichi handiti. You are breaking the rules. For example, for private secret voting, we are breaking all those rules. Avanhu mirei kusure kwamwe munhu chichi. That's illegal under Zimbabwean constitution. It's illegal. But anyway, tobva ipapo. Vadero vanhu voenda kumashure kwamunhu vadi onzi uyu ahwina, right? Ahwina kudero poita vamwe vanhu vachaita votora mavhoti iwayo vondomabika futi within those primaries. Vondomabika but aiwa uyu akahwina haaziye hatimudi toda ushu. That is another breaking of the constitution. You do not subvert a vote yevanhu vano constitution. Sorry, vari constituency. You don't subvert kuti ano takazoita decision kuti munhu wamakavhotera hatimudi. That happened in a lot of constituencies in Zimbabwe, Pama primaries, CCC. And if anyone can argue about that, then you do not know your constitution. And then that's double. Vachita Pama primary, Vasatombo Uya, compete some PF and other political parties, right? They've been breaking the rules willy-nilly. But what is ironic is this. They are the first people to say, we want constitutionalism. We want there's a crisis. What crisis? You are creating a crisis to stay relevant. That is very obvious. Just imagine, last week, munhu anza ndakaenda hospital ndakaabductwa ndakadii. What happened? Kana wada kuona muridzi wembwa rova imbwa yake. That happened last week in the Senate. Commented on life in Zimbabwe. What constituency? Congress in America. What is it going to do with the political processes in Zimbabwe? Why? Why do we go to America? Why can't we talk together? Exactly. Ndo pane nyaya ipapo. Ipapo pama recalls. Andona. Ndo pane nyaya ndadzoka manje panyaya iyo. Mira kaunzwe. Mukoma cheza. Nyaya iripo iyezvi.
Aye wamkoma mirai mkoma tapiwa mirai. Mira. Tapiwa mira. Unozopedzera wani wataura futi nemashoko ngasiri.
Oh, sorry about that.
Wakupopota panapa wakutaura ma expressions.
No, I don't do that.
Kana une nyaya yako uya nenyaya yako yakanangana ngine.
Okay, thank you.
Ukaita bhula sangoma nokutenderera just because une mapoints auda kukanda iwewe.
Okay.
Inappropriate because I'm failing to understand. I'm failing, to follow. We need to follow, this conversation.
No. My emphasis was on constitutionalism. That's it. That's on constitutionalism. Yeah.
No, yeah, but stick to, stick to the facts at hand.
Okay. Let me do that. Let me do that now. So at hand, what is happening now is that there is no constitution. There's no written document. And somebody can do whatever they want if they're within that sort of constituency. So now, how can you rebut that person without a constitution? That's what I'm saying. You cannot just say claim on spaces with no. That person now has issues nevanu. Now that dzoka manje pana chavangu chepe. Vanhu vakataura na ushu munhu ushu. Kuti isusu hasi kufarira zvandakuudza zvese zvangofunga ndiri kupenga ndiri ndo zvavakataura zvandachitokuudza izvozvo kuti hatizvidi zvinhu zvakadai handiriona saka vanhu ava what recourse do they have because hapana constitution yekuti unoenda kuna secretary nengi kundoraisa maissues hapana mukana wokuraisa maissues. So maizvi ndakuudza iwe uchifunga ndiri kupenga nditi no, those are the issues dziri kutonetsa muCCC yekuti hatidi kutengesa nyika, hatidi kuita zvakati, hatidi kuita zvinhu zviri wrong about Zimbabwe just because you want to get in power. We have to get into power legally, constitutionally, and morally. You got me? So that is the issue inoitika ukaenda kublue wire izvezvi. Nyaya yaChavangu right now vanokublue wire, they are celebrating what he did. They're celebrating why? They know that we are not going to take bullshit. I lived in Bulawayo, like I told you before. I lived in Bulawayo and do politics. I know politics in it. I got 3 years.
Next speaker, kovaenda kupwa.
Network yacho inogona kungorambira munhu anenge adonha tafsi.
Right. ndiani umwe ari kuteera. We had pane vasati vataura Dropson, Romora. Can we have you guys speak? Musena, I see you. Romora, can you take the mic?
Uncle Jeza Murise. Okay, I want. All right, fine. I just wanted to clarify on the point Yambinga raised on tax. Like I was part of the election committee during the time of 2018 election. I conducted 60 elections in 60 constituencies with my team. And if you look at the election, how the election are done in opposition in MDC, CCC, they're done in a way that most of the candidates that you see that make noise about being disqualified are people that are using vote buying. And vote buying, we know that as per national constitution, party constitution is not allowed. So you find out that we are imposing my candidates, the candidates were imposed. But the matter of the fact is, because of infiltration, ZANU-PF wants to infiltrate the opposition so that they can control the party. So what they do is that they bring people to buy votes, and those are the people that you see at the end of the day want to checked out, and they're not given opportunity to stand. So I needed to clarify on that one with the election criteria in the opposition is different from the criteria in the ZANU-PF, whereby they just impose candidates. So if someone comes with money, we cannot just allow you to take a vote, because vote buying to shatter.
Right. Okay. Are you still there, Nkoma? Right. Okay. You seem to be.
Hello.
Okay.
I think I'm having a problem with the mic. Sorry.
Right. Yeah, we can hear you now. Please, go ahead. Right. Okay. When you're good and ready, Nkoma, just raise up your hand and then I'll bring you to. Nkoma, Robson, are you there? Robson, are you there? Right. Musena, take the mic, please, and then followed by James. Musena, are you there?
Hello, Uncle Jeds. And on the question, kuna taps, yekuti everything is said, I've heard it. But is it opposition is kuita izvozvo here according nekuti vari kuda kuita izvozvo, or they've been banned before and they are safeguarding issue kuinfiltratewa neZANU-PF? Because it's not by choice that they want to have structures asingazikanwi, not good publicize their constitution. And second thing, if he says, wow, so now Shabangu has the right to write a letter, so that means that everyone who claims to be CCC can write a letter, right? Because I've seen a letter that is saying Shabangu is fired from CCC. So that has to be taken serious as well, because everyone has got equal value. So what I look at is that people here, some people, I don't want to, point fingers at people, but some people pretend to be specialists and analysts while they are coming here pushing narratives and propaganda to condition us, could you accept a certain behavior in the ruling party, which is not acceptable. Let's put my standards starting from those who are in power. Because when we're talking about power, we're talking about what they're doing now. Even the Secret Service is not supposed to be working to destroy my political parties in the country. They're supposed to be working to safeguard the nation. But now their job is they don't do any economic intelligence and whatever. They are now focused on only triple C. That's the only work you're need if you're a C10 in Zimbabwe. Or I know secret intelligence is supposed to be working abroad. Wachunza ma secrets in the country so that we develop. But no, their job is to destroy our opposition. Now yango abata mkuru bata mfupika. Anyone can just write a letter to the parliament and say this. Anyone can write a letter to say to fire Chabangu. Anyone can write a letter to say Dini Chabangu, Dini leader opposition. I can write a letter, say anything what I want. Now it's an orderly problem. This has been happening since 1980, and we know what ZANU-PF is capable of, but we turn a blind eye to it. And sometimes isisu tisikuchangamudza nekuchenjedza ZANU-PF because vanoya vokanda narrative yekuti tirane nayo isisu, and they're testing. This means testing, right? They test us kuti vanoona kuti zvinoshanda here. Nyaya yaChabangu, tsamba yaChabangu yakatangira pasocial media, and then it ends up in parliament, and now it's a chaos. This is where I see again, let's be factual when we're talking things. I know Inini Chamisa, he said this and that, and we have the evidence here. Then Chamisa is saying nothing, and we are going there. Takutojita maprofita is panapaninganga, takukanda akata. Takutota no, it's just there. And then ZANU-PF take it from there. Yes, I don't disagree with people who are coming here, who are lawyers, people who are what, but some of the things we say is then we are being pacified and we are giving leeway. ZANU-PF would know we can do this and get away with it. ZANU-PF would don't just do anything for free and just say, okay, we're going to throw this and see how it happens. No, Vantona kuti accept as people, Zimbabweans. I'm not talking on the people in the CCC, but as Zimbabweans. This has happened to Zoom, Zanundonga, Izapu, and every other political party in the country. But now, because this is only technology, we sit down and we discuss these issues. Okay, we can try this and do. And now we're giving them ideas. Now this is like a trove, ideas, where they can pick up ideas. We can try this one. Let's not forget what we're dealing with a state, a whole state, which is using mafia money. Because they're saying that Chabangu has been is requesting Marie and funding political parties. Wow, they can go ahead and do that. They don't need with Munzora anyway. This is a citizen, this is suffer, and it's taxpayers' money. That don't stop Chamisa from existing. All they're trying to do, we are forgetting that it's us who are under attack, not it's CCC. It's us citizens who are under attack. People have been voted in, 2 weeks later, they're getting kicked out. It doesn't make sense. System as citizens in Zimbabwe, we really need to start thinking, is this normal? Is this what a normal country should be? We are not united. ZANU-PF, Zanundonga, whatever party you come from, PDP or whatever. Is this normal? So if I accept it, this is normal. This is why Zimbabweans, even abroad, we don't get along. If we were united, look at the Israelis. Middle East and what they're doing there. They are all together. They're saying no. They were attacked by one person, by the Hezbollah, and they're starting to defend themselves. Why? They're united. The politics were on the side. Today, Zimbabwe don't noise. You do whatever, kwachu. Anything kwachu. And this is why they say deep pay. Deep pay was not meant to be something that unites people, was to annoy you to say, Musingadi mchida fair. This is the same thing. The word fair, used when you are raping someone. I can't go to fair. So we are being raped as citizens and we accept it. The well-educated people saying, yes, Chamisa. Now we blame the victim again. When are we going to stop doing these, guys, and start thinking, what are we going to do and move our nation forward? What's messed up is messed up. Let's now start thinking, how do we move forward as a nation? Even if they talk, why you talk with Chabangu knowing his end like ZANU-PF? And no pretense about that. But we pretend with no, CCC. Let's not forget with Harare CDB, Munema offices, Anema Trofa, Inema Trofa, Maru Texta, right? No phone up and Texta, Negusan Grima to call it, the good Twitter, right? Busy brainwashing us and giving us what they want us to do. But what nation are you building? You as a Murakash, what nation are you building for your children, for everyone? That's all we survive with, right? Every Zimbabwean who's left Zimbabwe is doing so well. So Uncle Jed, you're doing well where you are. You're doing well with what you're doing. Can you say we are struggling? No. If you're doing what you're doing in Zimbabwe, we would have been developing. Everyone who's coming saying, oh, Triple C this, Triple C that. Why are you outside the country if you're happy with what's happening in Zimbabwe? Please, let's not just pretend to be idiots here. Tiri vanhu vakadzidza, tiri vanhu vakakura munyika yanga iri free and fair. Let's be back there. Mugabe was wrong, yes, I do agree. But some of the things Mugabe never did go this low. And we accept it and normalize the abnormal. Come on now. Chamisa, yes, he's wrong. He's doing what he's doing. Why can't we first address the national constitution yaka abuse when DH Pinda in office when they did the coup? But we're running to say, oh no, Triple C has what, Triple C has what. All the day, every day we're talking about Triple C. Why can't we talk about the government, what the current government is doing? Are they creating jobs? People are dying everywhere. I have friends who died in waiting area in Harare hospital. Pay your card, your ticket first. Pay your card. Prescription, you have to go to avenues to buy a prescription. To buy blood, you have to travel by bus to the avenues to buy your own blood. And you come with it. It's not in a cooler box. It's not in anything. Then you say we are running a country, right? Until you lose your family or relative and accept it's not normal, then we all on the same page. But Zimbabweans, I tell you one thing, we haven't suffered, yes. We haven't suffered yet. Chamisa problem, Chamisa no problem. Chamisa today is okay. He can say, no, I just want to do my own thing. I don't care about politics anymore. And he's living Bo. He can move abroad and do his own thing. Then who do you now start saying what is this what? For your problems. I'm going to create a mega analysis. Yes, Chamisa, yes, I'm going to do this. But what? For what? What are you benefiting from? What are we benefiting from it? ZANU-PF has destroyed everyone, even the ZANU-PF people watch. But anyway, I'll say what I'll charge these as Zimbabweans, Chambo Tanga Tapfidza face. Right now they're decimating Kumatebeleland. Don't forget Gukura Hundagaika Kumatebeleland because ZANU-PF couldn't make inroads. Joshua Ngomo had blocked them. Let's not forget what's happening now. Kumabuk Tavara Chabangwa Nago field a candidate for. The reason why. If he's saying he's got issues in Matebeleland, why didn't he sort issues in Matebeleland and Twakas? But no. Because he's got his handlers. So we don't do, if you deal with the Chabanguka, you're not dealing with the main problem. Look in the past years, what happened to ZAP? Let's start talking about what happened to ZAP. Did they not have constitution? Triple C, MDC, did they not have constitution? Now, this person is trying to safeguard, the Triple C is trying to safeguard themselves and say, okay, we have to navigate through this channel really deadly, in a Shuma Lions, in a Shuma and everything. And we still throwing stones at them as well, while they're trying to survive all this bit battering they're getting from ZANU-PF. But until we accept, as my citizens, we are wrong, and we are coming from the wrong point. Chamisa has got his own problems. If he does want to do politics or whatever, that's not our problem. It's his problem, maybe it's ZANU-PF. And if you accept where the problem and the root cause of all these problems is, then we are now dealing with the situation. But I just see sometimes we divert from the topic of ZANU-PF elections. We're not talking about rigged elections anymore, are we? So please, Ngatise one wakuru, guys. Honestly. Tell me some issues. Yes, I don't deny that. He's only human. But what about the ones that are in government that are running the country right now? What about the ones that are taking letters from each and every one? I can write a letter now today and say, whatever, way spokesperson Triple C, right? And get away with it. But then you have to use common sense, guys. Let's just go back to the root cause of our problems. And don't claim to be Leonard or anything. But what we're doing right now, they haven't finished with us. They have a whole school dedicated to mess us about, guys, which is called the School of Ideology. If you haven't gone there and get brainwashed first, you're not part of them. So they are committed in destroying us and making sure that we all think like they do. We all laugh when another Zimbabwean is suffering. So carry on. Let's analyze and say, Chamisa Imboko. Let's put him there. And he's condemned. Let's crucify him. Jesus was crucified one. Let's crucify him. Bozimboko. Right? Then what? Is that going to change our life? At least it's trying. What are we doing then as citizens? as Zimbabweans. My true patriots, right? We're not even criticizing ZANU-PF. When are we gonna talk about what ZANU-PF is doing? When? I'm sorry, guys. I am a bit upset about what's happening. Anyway, Uncle Jed, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for listening to my rubbish. Whoever takes it, take it, or, criticize me. I'm okay. But the question, he said, Triple C, in a constitution, I follow a constitution and this and that. Okay, I agree with that. But what was the root cause that they didn't show their constitution? Why did they have structures? What was the cause? They had a lot of certain structures. It's what happened in the past and what's happening in the past, and they're trying to safeguard for that. So if you have a problem with that, anyway, Mugabe told Jami Changirai Kuti, if you have a problem with what ZANU-PF does, form your own political party. So same here. For my political party, 10,000 political parties in Zimbabwe. Maybe you have a good idea, and your political party might be better than CCCCC. I'm sorry, Uncle Chet, I'm upset. Okay,
right.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Mkoma. Thank you very much for that. I don't know how to form your own political party in terms of what people wanting to discuss my issues and guys with my political parties. But anyway, let us continue. Dedi Muribo and Dedi Vasef. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, Uncle Jed. Thank you so much. James, I don't think I've got a lot to say now because I agree with him 100% on everything that he was saying. Like, why are we fighting the person who is trying to do something that we are not even able to do? And you want any reason for us to keep on fighting the person who is trying to do something that we all failed to do? But in those are true of Zimbabwe, as long as unema grievances we see Chamisa as a crucifixion lamp, so it's easy for us as citizens to run away from our own shortcomings. And also the only thing that I want to put on top of what James was saying, I don't think all of these things that is happening in Zimbabwe have got anything to do with especially the constitutionalism of CC, everything that people are saying here, because our constitution, like what rubbish was coming out of Tapiwa. And thank you so much, Kumudzora, because some of the things that he was mentioning, it doesn't even have nothing to do nema issues are could discuss panapa. And unoona munhu akupinza nyaya dzana ngadzore akatopinda nawo zvake nema1, but a person wants to try to settle some scores because Gadzore ndewesisi, so even if he die, I don't know what kind of mind that we have as Zimbabweans. Sometimes I've got that mind of thinking kuti isusu as maZimbabweans amene kuti dai kwangu kunoitwa reconditioning of brain. Sometimes I think some of us, we need that reconditioning because we seems like lost people, lost sheep. Even sometimes if you analyze those guys from South Africa, whenever they criticize us Zimbabweans, I think they see that mind in us of being lost. We don't even know how to analyze things. We don't even know. Now we are just people who are lost in everything. Even my debates at Uncle Jetica. I thank you so much because sometimes we come here and listen to different people. But at the end of the day, you see some people who are living large in other countries. Like, what are we doing, or what are we trying to do? People on ground, Uncle Jed, I'm close to home. People on ground, they are suffering. A lot of people in Zimbabwe, they are suffering. And also, we can't measure the economy of the country or the wealth of the country using those people who are looting in Zimbabwe. Because go and see on your own. Even those who are close to home, they know what I am speaking about right now. People are suffering, Uncle Jet. Some of the people right now, especially after this election, some of the things are even getting worse. And tinoswedera kutaura tichiita sei kuanalyze castigating Chamisa up and down, vamwe miromo yedu haichatobve Chamisa chacho. And also the last thing that I want to say, Uncle Jed, if it was me, it's this is what I think. If it was me, sometimes I think Chamisa was very correct, especially in terms of getting rid of these seasonal politicians in CC. This time, this is when I started to see he was correct in that decision of trying to get rid of those people. Because look where we are coming from. This opposition, the same people who were destroying opposition even the time of Morgan Tsvangirai are the same people who are keeping on bringing those
right.
problems.
Mkoma is why mire muripa.
Yes.
Yeah, there's another letter that is resurfaced, and it is saying a request for the disbursement of political party funding due to the Citizen Coalition for Change (CCC) under the Political Finances Act. I am writing in terms of Section 3.1 as read with Section 3.3 of the Political Parties Finances Act, Chapter 211, to request the statutory allocation and disbursement of the funding that is due to the Citizen Coalition for Change political party, which participated in 2023 harmonized general election, in which it garnered sufficient seats to qualify for the funds. Accordingly, we kindly request your good offices to process and disburse the allocation that is due to our party in terms of the Act. The details of our party's bank account are as follows. Name of account, Citizen Coalition for Change, account number 26903030001, Bank CBZ, branch Borodale, branch code 09. We trust the foregoing is in order, and we stand ready to provide any further particulars that you may require. Yours sincerely, Sengezo Shabangu, Interim Secretary General.
You know what Nkoma did? You know what I think? You know what Nkoma did? Especially about the letter that you are reading now. It will point out to the desperation of ZANU-PF, especially in destroying Chamisa. The only threat to them, especially regarding this thing of they were thinking they are going to get that majority in parliament so that they can be able to change everything that they want to change, including constitution and what and giving it a third term. This is all points out to ZANU-PF desperation, because now they are taking advantage of whatever is happening now. They are trying to fast track, because if you see that letter, it's a letter that you can see a end of ZANU-PF tricks. They want to fast track all those public funds, like the opposition money that they did last time to give those money to Douglas Monzo. They are trying to make sure that Chamisa is not going to get any cent, because they see the struggle that our citizens were going through in trying by all means to source those funds. So now it's another thing of trying by all means to make sure Chamisa is not going to get any cent from that opposition funds that he is supposed to get. Don't you want? Because if I ask anything regarding Akawana anything, they think they are strengthening him if he gets some financial support or demand that he's supposed to get. So now they are trying to use the situation on the ground to make sure that he is not going. And according to the letter that you read right now, I don't think even CC, even that function in Chamisa, I don't think they are going to get anything, because ZANU-PF will try by all means to make sure that they divert that money into somebody's account, because their only threat right now in Zimbabwe, it's Nelson Chamisa and the Citizens Coalition for Change. They don't even fear anyone apart from this organization called CC. That's why they are trying to get these people that they are working with within the party to make sure that, because they don't even fear, even Professor Oshman, even if they start their own things right now, ED and his goons, they know they are not going to surpass the success that Chamisa have in the last or in the past 3 years. I think I yield my mic to others to contribute, but that's what I think, Nkomaje. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much for that. And of course, so it has been confirmed that CCC are going to be contesting in the by-election, even though there is that Court of Appeal application that was made to appeal the High Court judgment. Ostalos has just confirmed that. And also Ostalos has confirmed that they filed paperwork regarding Shabangu and his handlers, and they are expecting the Speaker of Parliament not to act on any of Shabangu's letters because he's not a member. He's not a member of the party. Because he's not a member of the party. So they are currently awaiting the decision of the High Court on which way they should, proceed. So those are this, that is what is at play at the present moment. To say that with regards to the High Court judgment, an appeal has been made. There's also a court case where CCC are challenging, Shabangu, in his personal capacity. So now the party itself and Shabangu, they've taken each other, to court. So that the details of that have sort of surfaced today, but this matter is proceeding by way of summons. And if I remember, the last time that we had people with knowledge of this speaking on the platform, they were saying that when it comes to these issues of proceeding by way of summons, these issues, it can be a day. I mean, it can take a matter of weeks. It can take a matter of days. It can take a matter of months. It can even take, forever for such a case to be brought before the courts and go all the way to its, conclusion. So I think by participating, it's resorting, to Plan B, because they know that maybe it might take, forever for this case, to be, settled. But I don't know now the outcome of the Supreme Court, if it is positive, how it is going to be, impacting on everything. So that is where we stand, right now, ladies and gentlemen. And so just, to do just, a quick, catch up. It is now 13:44. I opened, this space which I was supposed to open at 3, this afternoon, but I opened it early because, I just had to. So what we are currently doing here is we are asking your reaction, ladies and gentlemen. We want your reaction to whatever it is, that is going on, and let us discuss, these issues. If I can ask you again to please desist from any profanity, desist from saying colorful words, because remember, it's still in the afternoon anyway. Even I know we are in different locations, but we are being heard by people who are in different area codes. So some people might be here, might be sitting with their loved ones, or might be sitting with children. So let us respect that. You understand? This is not a no under 18 show where one can easily come up and use any colorful language that they may wish to use. Right? You can discuss the issues, you can debate them, you can critique them, you can do whatever it is that you want to do. But let us just be also be respectful in the language that we use, because after all, we're just citizens here. We're just Zimbabweans. So at the end of the day, yes, we might not say things in equal measure, but at the end of the day, where we are disagreeing, let us do so respectfully. Let us consider other people. Let us not reduce them to second class citizens, or let us not see them as people that do not think. Because if we want to begin to to be going down that route, I think when we're to the but anyway, so this is where we are. Me and my co-host, Titus, we'll let you know when we are going to be finishing. And I said that I wanted to inquire about these recalls, and I've been referred to the interim Secretary General The interim secretary general has seen my message. They are yet, to respond. But I'll be mentioning, their name, later on to say who is this internal secretary general that I've been, referred to for an answer. So I'll do that, later on. So yes, so let us, continue with the program. Let us, let us continue with the program. Titus, are you there?
Yeah,
Any comments so far?
Yeah, I'm back. The letter that you just read, Chabangu Achida Mariza, the political fund. Did you say it's got the name of Triple C at the end? Is the bank account in the name of Triple
Yes,
C?
yeah, but it's a CBZ account, and if my memory serves me right, there's always this stroke that says that they do not have a bank account. Yeah, it's quite interesting, right? So right. Wakati kune vamwe vanhu so vandangeni ngitaposta this zvikandizo neumwe anozvitawo case. I don't know kuti uri muspace munomu here kana kuti uri pai, but asi ndimi muri kunyora tsamba dzacho here. Aiwa, inini handina simba handina nguva yekutambisa kunyora zvinhu zvane basa rese, saka kwamuri mukoma case. Thank you very much, for your question, and I can simply respond to you, right now. Kuti aiwa, handina nguva yekuswera ndichinyora zvinhu zvakadaro daro. Kunyora ndinonyora asi handinyore zvinhu ninge zvakadaro. Saka please, kana mchinge mabatikano zvenyu, kana mchinge makwidzwa bhibho netsamba iyoyi, I am very sorry mukoma, but haisi mhosva yangu, handisiri ninge shabangu ninge anyora. Saka munogona kana kutongodirect your concern ninge kuna shabangu, because ndiye aringoti shabanga ninge nemaletters aringori kana angonyuka into the public domain. Right, saka gaitendere dumberi. I want to call upon Tandazani Moyo. How you doing? Thank you very much for coming through, and your reaction, please.
Wow, thank you very much, Mkoma Jeza, and greetings to everyone in the platform. It's always very interesting to actually see the developments that are happening in Zimbabwe and possibly be able to react. Now, here's the thing. I think every progressive opposition thinker or every progressive Zimbabwean actually should begin by condemning the recalls of elected members. No matter the circumstances, no matter the reasons, no matter whoever is recalling the elected people, but the bottom line still remains that we have to condemn such actions because they do not benefit the jobless masses of our people, and neither do they benefit the suffering masses of our people all over the country. So I think we need to strongly disagree with the Chabangu in terms of how I don't know how angry he is, and I don't know what agenda he's pushing at the moment, but I must say that there is a negative impact in terms of the finances of the country, in terms of the people on the ground. Zimbabwe on its own, it's a very broke nation, so we cannot continue to have elections after elections because of some confused politicians who think they have to actually be playing around with the votes of the people. However, I think this is fueled by the attitude that we give each other as political players. For example, when someone has a grievance, I heard someone actually, I think it's James, I would have loved to give him some questions actually, because there is a lot that he was raising, and to some extent I disagree with him. However, I stand to be corrected. So, there is an attitude that we give each other. For example, to say, if you want to ask anything, or if you have any grievances, you are educated, go and form your own political party. So that gives people a negative impact, especially to those who have been loyal members of the party. We all know that Chabang has been representing CCC actually in many occasions, in some national occasions or in some provincial occasions actually on behalf of CCC. And before he started recalling people, no one was actually denouncing Chabang. So denouncing him because he has done something bad without actually addressing his grievances, I believe that this will not end well. Many people are still going to be recalled. And at the end of the day, it's not only CCC that is suffering now. The whole country is suffering from this whole juncture. At the moment, this money comes from the taxpayers' money. And trust me, the taxpayers' money, they don't benefit anything from these recalls that are initiated by Chabang and the CCC. Because we need to be clear that actually these recalls are initiated by Chabang, and in as much as he's doing that, he's actually costing the nation, he's actually costing the poor people. Right now, we don't even have enough equipment in our hospitals. We don't have enough equipment. We actually need a lot, from that money. So I think we need to start interrogating ourselves as well. And the other thing, I fail to understand, why do we reach to a level where we say when people don't agree with us, then their brains have to go and be examined or whatever. I think if we don't agree with you, doesn't mean we don't think. We also have our own opinions, and we're also entitled to how we think. So to think that because we don't agree with you and we should just be dismissed, and we should actually go and have our heads examined so that we can come back and agree with you, it doesn't work in that way. And I begin to ask myself if actually there is going to be democracy under the leadership of such people who cannot handle criticism, who cannot want anyone to speak about their leader. I think we can also begin to address that and say, if you are a public leader and people are beginning to ask questions about you, it means that you are making an impact in the political space. Because if you are meaningless, just like myself, no one will be asking questions about you. No one will be interrogating your moves. No one will be interrogating your competence. So if you are actually being interrogated on daily basis, if you are actually being attacked on daily basis, I do not think you should be taking offenses around that. You should actually working on doing more so that people will recognize your impact in the community. But at the end of the day, we actually need to condemn all the recalls. We actually need to understand ourselves that these recalls, they don't benefit the country, neither do they benefit even ZANU-PF itself. They don't actually. I don't think that ZANU-PF will benefit much, because where people are being recalled, it's opposition strongholds. The opposition will still win those seats back. So it's actually wasting our money, returning people. The same people that are recalled, they are going to be returned. So it's actually a joke. It's wasting the taxpayers' money. And Sengezo Chabang should actually be addressed as such, and it should be treated as such, as someone who is taking our money, and you will never be able to pay it back. It's actually costing the nation. Because if he wanted to do the recalls, by the way, he should have done them once, and we should know who is recalled, and we do the by-election one now. Now he has recalled more 60 people. We have to initiate another by-election again. It's like now we are a country of by-elections because of some directionless politicians. And the other thing, I wonder why do we have a group of people attacking my fellow brothers, Comrade BT and Comrade Ngube. I don't know, guys, where you are getting that these guys, they are backing Chabang. I really don't know. Maybe there is a beef or red, because they haven't came out to say we support Chabang. Actually, BT actually denounced Chabang himself and said, no, I'm not a leader of any political party, neither do I know Chabang. So I don't know why is he being attacked. Actually, I see that as cyberbullying. I see that as emotional abuse, because the guy is a politician who just lost his seat to Rusty Markham. Is still trying to heal from such a tragic loss, a group of people comes again and start attacking such our former Minister of Finance, by the way, one of the best ministers we ever had in Zimbabwe. So I think we should also give respect to people who have actually saved us as a nation. He has done a lot in parliament in terms of oversight, in terms of legislature, in terms of representation. Let's also give credit where it's due, guys, and stop attacking our fellow leaders because we differ politically or because we think they should be attacked. He is our former finance minister. We should actually respect that fact and also allow Chabangu to come out and say, no, I'm backed by Ningi and Ningi and Ningi. You might find out that Beat is not even involved. You might find out that Wishman Ngube is not even involved. So you might find out that Chabang is doing this himself, because I think he's very sophisticated, that guy. Right now he's rich from the CCC's money, you know, according to this letter. Once the money is sent to his account, then the guy becomes rich. So it's a sophistication on its own, whether we like it or not. Actually, Chabang is very much clever to some extent. According to me, I think he's more clever than anyone else in the CCC leadership, because he has managed to actually outsmart all of them, and take over the party, take control, recall all the elected MPs, recall the elected councillors, do whatever he want with the party, refill his own people. That is political genius. He is a genius, whether his approach is negative or positive, but the guy is clever, the guy is sophisticated, and he can still do more if he manages to actually get these millions from the Political Finance Act. Then the guy is rich. So it actually means that it's actually simple to be rich in Zimbabwe. You can hijack a structureless political party and announce yourself the SG, recall their members, take over the party, take over the money, and nothing will happen to you. Yeah, you know, it's very strange, but it's actually happening in our country, and we think we need to actually understand why is Chabang able to do such. It's a miracle. You don't just wake up from your house, hijack a well functioning movement that has more than 40% of the voters in Zimbabwe, according to the ZEC. Whether whether the elections are rigged or not, that's not for me to comment. But according to ZEC, CCC has more than 40% of the entire people who voted in Zimbabwe actually support CCC. Then a guy comes in, take over the party, recall their MPs, fire some people, you know, appoint others, and take over the money and start eating from the comfort of his house. I think we need to give that to him. However, his energy is very, very negative. He should be channeling such genius, such energy towards, you know, some developmental projects, towards rebuilding the country, towards coming up with some powerful economic policies that will turn around the economy of Zimbabwe. Because at the moment, what he has done, he has enriched himself. He has actually become very, very popular. One of the most popular politicians we have in Zimbabwe, it's Sengezo Chabang. So I think as young people, we should begin to learn from Chabang in terms of his sophistication. However, channeling it positively for the benefit of the country and for the benefit of the people of Zimbabwe. Thank you so much.
Uncle, can I answer my brother Tandazan?
Right. Yeah, you did mention your name, James, so you can go ahead.
Yeah, my brother Tandazani, I was just giving an example on the issue of genius minds we have here who are channeling their energies negatively. We have so much fruitful ideas that are so blooming like flowers, and we are giving them to ZANU-PF instead of us working together to build a nation. So all this destruction that is happening, that's why I say, if then you think you can criticize as much as we are criticizing Jamisa for what he's tried and his effort, then if you can't get on board, make your own boat and do your own thing. If you want to get on board with all good ideas we have, let's go and support what is there already and build something. Thank you.
Awesome. So Panano Saratauran. Tandazani, you want to respond quickly?
Yeah, just a minute or so, because I had not actually addressed my brother James. I thought he was no longer in the space. So here's the thing, my brother, how I perceived your responses. I perceived them as very dismissive in terms of accommodating each other as politicians. I stand to be corrected once again, but I thought you were very dismissive and you were actually gatekeeping for your leader to be scrutinized. You were gatekeeping for your leader to be challenged or to be criticized per se. In as much as I agree with you in terms of criticizing ZANU-PF's incompetence, I think there is a lot to criticize actually from ZANU-PF than from CCC. However, I don't think it's a good idea for us to then to then have a situation where we ban people and dismiss people every time they try to criticize the opposition political players. Personally, if people are to criticize my president, I'll sit down and listen and actually give her a call to say, Madam President, this is what the people of Zimbabwe are saying. What do you have to say about them? And how do we begin to address our flaws? Because I believe that the flaws that are being done by my president are also my flaws as her follower. So I think we need to reach to a level where we say, in as much as our leaders are being criticized, we are also able to take responsibilities and actually understand the public opinion. Because if we are saying we are the citizen movement, we are for the people, with the people, by the people, let's also listen to them irregardless of their political affiliations, so that we can shape up a new democratic Zimbabwe that will accommodate also our brothers in the ZANU-PF, our brothers in other political parties. So that, because if we come up with a cult of approach where we say if you don't agree with us, then you are an enemy, we reach to a level where we take over the state actually, and there will be a chunk of people who don't agree with us. We will end up decisively dealing with them, and at the end of the day, there won't be any difference between us and the ZANU-PFs. So there has to be a point of departure there to say that we are the opposition, we represent the alternative, we represent the new hygiene. Let's begin to preach it. Let's begin to live that very same new hygiene that we are representing.
Right. James, 30 seconds, then we'll move on.
My brother, I definitely agree with you. And in a functioning democracy, what we're doing is allowed. But people from the other side, they will meet an accident. Kudara kwakwine what they call Puma. Those diamond-shaped trucks from the military. People will meet those if you disagree with the party. But in Indwagria, anyone who wants to form a political party and if they are popular as much as they can remove ZANU-PF, I'm happy to follow. I'm happy to follow ZAPU. I'm happy to follow anyone. I'm not feel associated with one person, as long as we have something in common. That's what I'm saying. But let's be constructive. Let's not be just sending out messages are mixed and we are not united as a people. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, my brother James, for that. Thank you. All right, let's move on to Man City. Then we go to Barbara, Sister Barbara. Man City. Okay. If Man City is not there, Sister Barbara, how are you?
Yes, thank you so much. I don't even know where to start, guys. You know, this.
Sister Barbara, before you go on, as I promised, okay, so I've now received, the response. Okay, the response has come from Honorable Mhlanga Pumula, and he's the one that I was referred to as the Secretary General, as the interim Secretary General. Hello?
Go ahead, Uncle Jed. I think someone's mic was unmuted. Just go ahead.
All right. So the name of the interim is Honorable Mhlanga, Pumula. I think it's from Pumula. And he's saying that because I asked them, as per Dr. Tadini's, request, or, his question. So I then went on, to ask him about, these, latest, recalls. And then he said that, yes, they are legit. And it is us that's following through on our promise that we are visiting the whole country and correcting what happened. So that is the response, that I got.
So, Mr. Albert, he was one of the double candidates, right?
I'm not sure, because I was in the middle of, Googling him, but I just got, distracted.
Right.
No, he is not. He is not the double candidate. I think he's appointing himself because in Pumula, Kailesila was not recalled.
I remember there was
is he not a former? Is he not a former
MDCA?
Let me tell you about this Albert Mhlanga. He contested in the elections 20 August. He wanted to be an MP as a double candidate, like the previous speaker said, in the 2023 August elections. He was once an MP in Pumula, and he was recalled when he went away with BT. Sengezo was also with BT. You know these things, guys.
His first name is. I said his first name is Albert, right?
Albert Mhlanga, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So all what's, like I said, I don't even know where to start, guys. It's more than this thing is more than what you think, and it's good to have different opinions, to say Sengezo is a genius, but if you Uncle Jed, you can wake up, just write a letter and claim that you are the president of CCC and recall everyone and see whether your letter is going to be acted upon by the Speaker of Parliament. Any one of us can write a letter. Do you think that letter can be actioned, guys? Let's be proactive here. It's like in my heart bleeds because I'm in this struggle because of my children, right? I have children with degrees that are not working in Zimbabwe, okay? And what we are trying to do here is to liberate Zimbabwe from this system, this manipulative system. Emerson Mnangagwa did not win the elections. We all know they rigged, and they did not attain the 2/3 majority in parliament. Emerson Mnangagwa wants to contest in 2028, but he cannot. The constitution does not allow him to contest, guys. And he wants to contest, and they are going to change. Mark my words, guys. The constitution is going to be amended. After these by-elections, ZANU is going to grab the 2/3 majority whilst we are busy fighting each other and think we are fixing Chamisa. We are not fixing Nelson Chamisa here. Nelson Chamisa is a lawyer. His wife is a lawyer. He's got a very intelligent son who is at the private school. So we are not fixing Chamisa here. We are fixing ourselves. Once ZANU-PF attains the 2/3 majority, ndopa muchaona kuti zvese zviri kuitika uchadzoka panapa paspace Uncle Jed taakuchema taakuungudza taakuita izviya zvinonzi mazvokuda mavanga enyoka. And if you look at it, mukatarisa zvese zviri kuitika, even recalling of mameya, tarisai muone the pattern iri kuitwa. Vari kutanga nemameya nemadeputies. Tarisai vari kuda kuiswa vachona. Guys, we've been in this thing since 1999. We know everything. We know everything, guys. Zvimwe zvachona zvamusingatozivi zviri kuitika, and don't think ezvinezvi chidhoma ndisengezo. Vanamai vari kubuda very soon. Let's not attack vanamai. Vanamai vachabuda, vanamai vechidhoma vari kubuda very soon. There are people who are still bitter about Mukomana. They tried to destroy him through Douglas Monzora. They failed. And now they think they are going to destroy him through Sengeso. And they are not going to win. But it's unfortunate that they are recalling MPs, councillors that were chosen by the people. Inini ndo pane nyaya manje. Ndo pandiri kurwadziwa. Kuti honestly, tinosvikepi tichimboita ma-elections. Taita ma-elections August. No, December takuita ma-elections. Muna January we are going to have ma-elections. Muna February we are going to have ma-elections. And look at the response, even ma-courts achona, how swift they are dealing with these issues. How swift they are responding, how swift the Speaker of Parliament is responding. Dai kwauri kunzi ndo zviri kuita zano even kugadzira nyika. Dai Zimbabwe kwatone matatu G7 term G8 kana kuti G21 kana G22 as Zimbabwe. If they can do that with nekubwaira kweziso, why can't they do some of the things? My hospitals hana chino, mazvipatara hazvina mishonga. We all know these guys. Mvura hakuna, magetsi during my elections campaign, magetsi anga asingaendi. Aibvepi magetsi anga asingaendi. And where is the electricity now? And we can't see all this. We can't see. And we think Sengezo is smart. We think he is a genius. Fair and fine. Yes, you can say Sengezo is a genius. But inina angu, opinion yangu inina about Sengezo, Sengezo idofo is not a genius. And tell you what, this Sengezo guy, let me tell you something about this Sengezo guy. Sengezo Chabang, was once the president of a Zimbabwe Hotel and Catering Workers Union. So automatically he sat in the General Council as at CTU. My days Anna Love Mo Matombo. And I was part of the General Council representing women in that General Council. You remember the story when ZCTU was about to be captured? Remember, Kuti, this thing, is bigger than what you think. The nyaya could destroy opposition. When ZCTU was told to form party, politics, when Mugabe said, form my party, MDC was formed, and they thought kuti hakuna kurukwenda MDC, vakatoona not MDC yacho yato powerful, yatanga kuachemedza. Then they came to say, let's destroy ZCT from within. Ndokuri kubva simba re-opposition. If you look at it now, guys, ZCTU is dead, it's captured. Even Mnangagwa said, ZCTU and ZANU are like Siamese twins. The leadership that got into now ZCTU is dead. It's no longer the vibrant ZCTU that you knew. My days, Ana Changarai, my days, Ana Chibebe, my days, Ana Kiwan, my days. Edusus Patantim General Council. Sengezo was part of Matombo. They tried to destroy ZCTU. They failed. They wanted my positions. Chekawajga Congress because we strategized, because workers knew what they wanted. They did not win. They decided to form their own ZCTU. Kuka and Ogumakos, they failed. And Sengezo was part of this group. Tell you what, one day when they were in Blawayo, Paselbon Hotel, when the General Council was in Blawayo, time actually in that stand up in the General Council, but I was there in Blawayo. Sorry to say these guys, but this is what they did. Madodar Mushigubu, Matulita Vakakirwanu, General Council. This is the kind of the guy that we are talking about now. I know him in and out. And even Musisi was nowhere near. He did not even hold an influential position in Musisi. He doesn't even hold an influential position. CCC structure, CCC is structured in a way you could in a coordinator, my task force coordinators. And there was a reason why they are task force coordinators. If you look at it now, my task force coordinators, they've been recalled. My Mkwada has been recalled. Stabile recalled. Chibaya has been recalled. Taku maybe warakuminyara kuti ari mu hospital. But very soon, muchaona ichiuya kuma youth. They're going to be
mother. Dzokuru Matiki?
And this muda kuti dzokuru dzepapi?
Dzokuru dzepa. Wamurudi aitwa record ndiani?
Mai Mkwada. pane list iri kuuya muchaiona, pane list inana wana Dr. wana Henry Madzorere vaya they've been inana Ostalos inana Chibaya inana muchaiona iri kuuya list yacho.
Ndo list ini ndiri kutenderera bhozi ndaona list kai saka tangoidismissa ndikangoti meno
handi very ese malist tinotanga tichimadismiss tichifunga kuti hakuna
bhozi imwe yakanzi handiyo here yakanzi Edmo Chivero, Prosper Mtseyami, Amos Chibaya, Gift, Oliver, Stephen, Tapumane. Oh dear.
Yes, and this answers again Uncle Jeds kuti maudzwa namhlanga kuti we are going to do takapromisa vanhu kuti tichazvita Zimbabwe yese.
Yes.
This is exactly what they are doing. And you know what, Uncle Jeds, chinorwadza ndechekuti vanhu vasina those that did not make it per selection, candidate selection, they are backing Sengezo because they personal gains. They don't know what harm they are causing to the suffering majority. They don't know kuti ZANU PF hand irimo yakadzika to what level. Havasati vazviona. And to make matters worse, vazhinji vachona they still call President Chamisa kuti ndi president wedu tinoada. Munoada when you are doing all this. How do you say to your husband, uri kubhitreya murume wako, uri kuenda kunotaurira matsotsi kuti wapire murume wako, murume atorerwe mota, matsotsi abe mari yemurume wako, ouya manheru oti murume wangu I love you so much. Really? What kind of love is that? What kind of love is that? So, we might say anything. We might say all what we want. We might blame Chamisa. But at the end of it all, ZANU PF, ZANU PF being ZANU PF, iri kuda kutraya ku-legitimize Mnangagwa. Remember, SADC report yakati my elections were not free and fair. So that makes Mnangagwa an illegitimate. So mu parliament there were only 2 parties. Now they want to create 3 parties. So that kana imwe party yedu kana ichiramba vana vanobva vakonaiva neZANU PF undoita 2/3 dzavo wopasa whatever zvauri kupasa. This is what's going to happen in parliament now. Right? And then this Chabangu says kuti arida kufixa zvinhu zvakakanganisika. And he says kuti he is the Secretary General. Okay, let's give him the benefit of doubt and say he is the interim Secretary General of CCC. Okay, it is what hakuna zvakadaro. Makamboonei Secretary General anoita decisions ari one. Guys, corporate governance. Makambozvionepi imi? Company secretary anoita decisions, CEO akagara asingazivi chinhu. Once toda kucorrecta zvakakanganiswa izvi. Makambozvionepi izvozvo? Mambozvibvunzawo here, honestly speaking. And Sengezo achitanga akati is not fighting President Chamisa. But he is fighting President Chamisa because he is that. And my decisions, a political party, my decisions, the organization, the General Council of ZCTU is the highest decision-making body. Apana President, SG, where ZCTU, agoni, Jafet Boy, agoni, kunomira apa, achino announce kuti, isusu tichadai, asina kutumwa General Council. Sengezo ari kutumwa nani? Who's sending Sengezo, Chaba? Guys. Imimi madziza ndokuda the learned guys ndokuda kuti vandipindure fair and fine. You are saying kuti zvese izvi is a problem yaChamisa. Fair and fine. Problem yaChamisa as you are saying. But Sengezo ari kutumwa nani? Onepi ati inoramwa general wende paangari SG makambomona ine mapowers ake atafanika asengezwa. And then you start saying Sengezo is a genius. Iye ari kubatsirwa neZANU PF, right? Hande kumabvuku. He recalled our MP wekumabvuku Sengezo. Akarecalla MP wedu. Uko kuna Scott Sakupanyoko. And he doesn't field a candidate by election. What does that mean, guys? What does that mean? Daitanga tisina kudzosera that guy. What was going to happen? Scott Sakupanya aipinda achimanya. mabhuku yaenda kuZANU-PF yaendeswa naSengezo, and you keep on glorifying Sengezo. Really?
Asi naye baba saka chikonzero chake chii? Why is he doing all this? Imi munofuna kufunga kwenyu, munofunga kuti anozviitirei izvi? Kungava nekuti atengwa here kana kuti kune something chaofewa? Why do you think he's doing all this?
Obvious, malume uthengi umuntu lo iliyenze ngathi iZANU-PF aliyazi lina. Umuntu lo uthengiwe nxa abantu bekhuluma, mina uSengezo ngimazi ngumuntu obengelandlu, ubehlala kubabazala. Ubehlala kubabazala ubengelandlu uSengezo. And now kuthiwa uthengelwe indlu, asikwazi ukuthi ukuthi liqiniso kunganani. They bought him a house, so they say. And tell you what, Uncle Jets, vanhu pane vamwe vanhu vari outside vari kutomupa mazimari kuti
yacho adresi yacho wana hamusweri muchitaura izvozvo.
handisi kunzwa.
Ndipewo adresi yacho hamusweri muchitaura izvozvo. Vaya vanofunga kuti ndine hasha, handina hasha, ndinoroya. MuZimbabwe kuroya hausungirwi munhu. Ndinomutumira mheni. Ndipewo nhamba yacho.
Mira ndipedze guys. Ningopedza zvangu kawani.
Sorry, Uncle Jet. Is Chabangu anozvagwa kupi? Where does he come from? Is it true that he might be a coincidence that he comes from Midlands as well, or is lies? Since you know a little bit of him.
Ananzi anobva ikoko, anobva kuMidlands. Yeah, that one is true.
There's something that speaks to Mwana wa Mnangagwa. I don't know. Yes, on the group. Carry on.
Ndowanza kufarira kutaura from I have institutional memory from the opposition isati the powerful opposition isati yafomwa. So I know a lot of these things, and that's the reason why inini kubva zvakafomwa MDC handisanamborasika, because ndinechitira sokutoona kuti chino chiri kuenda uko, chino chiri kundobondera apa, chino chiri kuenda uko, chiri kundobondera apa, ichi chiri kuenda uko, hakuna kwachiri kusvika. Why? Because this opposition is a people's project, and the objective of this opposition is a movement. It's the objective is to remove ZANU-PF, full stop. Anything that does not spell out to that, it's a sideshow. Wamwakatanzi zvimwe zvese rinenge radrama. Inini kwandiri, as I'm seeing these things, drama. I want to go to the liberation struggle, Uncle Jets, ndakupedza. Because pane vamwe vanhu vasingatombozivi kuti hondo iyi, inini ndine advantage yekuti ndakazvarwa muRhodesia, and I'm still here, ndiri muZimbabwe. I've seen part of Rhodesia, and I know exactly ndandakura pakaitwa that liberation struggle, kuti you know this struggle zvatiri kuexperience now zvaiitika futi nguva yestruggle. Ndosaka muchiona tine vanhu vakaita fanike vana Nyati vanoti even chero generation yavo inongozikana kuti ava ndivo kawa vazukuru vaNyati uya wekutengesa uya. Hapana munhu asingazivi munhu anonzi Nyati. So Sengezo will be just as good as Nyati uya ndiye Nyati where the olden days aiimbwa yonzi pasina Nyati akaurayisa makomrade sondo mbiri tiri munhamo ndiye achaimbwa mangwana Sengezo uyu. You'll be known for bad things. You'll be known of great betrayal of the struggle. Uyu ndiye the worst muroi uyu. Ndiye muroi wekupedzesera. He is betrayed Zimbabwe. He is not betrayed Chamisa. He is betrayed Zimbabwe. And you know, the fact that we cannot go back kuhondo is the ground that we are fighting in, and it will only take vanhu vanoziva history kuti vapinde mugwara wavo.
Uncle Cheda, tivaisire data vanenge yapera, tivatengere data yapera.
Havasi munhuumere.
Ndofunga data yavo yapera, yapera.
Havasi munhuumere.
Handi vati vari kumusha, hausina kuziva kuti nhasi ndiri kumusha.
Oh, I know that memo missed me.
Yeah, mira tizame kubatsvagire. But ndachida kuti
Which one?
tibvunze Uncle Jet.
Aiwa usati wabvunza ndinokumbirawo kuti zvomunditenderawo kuna smarters kuti aiwa zvaonekwa. I look forward to another blip which I'm going to take advantage of. Aiwa vaida come through neglen feeding saka weekend yangu yanaka amakeke. Saka thank you very much smarters muntendera vanhu vaMwari. I hope there's going to be another blip. Right, but thanks a lot Mkoma. Right. Tipinda kutinzwe freelance.
Mbuya muchiripo ukona mzukulu.
Nyengo.
Yeah, still see it.
Yeah, machiti muri kumusha here kana muri munhu tasida kutsvagira data, but it's okay. I wanted to ask a question here, then ndombosiyira vamwe vambopinda. Kuti if Nelson Chamisa today comes in and say, right, everybody come on out of parliament with immediate effect. I'm cancelling, I'm taking my people from parliament from now on. What happens?
Sorry. Let me check my.
Yeah. You check it, then we'll see. We'll see. Guys, kana we follow kana kumtekera data mbuya muda. Yes.
Network
Can you hear me?
I know. Yeah, now we can hear you. Bawuzetaita sinonokwira pamusoro pedombo. Kune dombo toZimbabwe apo pale.
I don't know. Did you hear me? Do you hear what I said? I think my network is.
Yeah, Rambai Muripapo, Sister Baba. Continue from there.
Andakunzwa kuti freelance watichi. Wandibvunza mubvunzo.
Ndabvunza mubvunzo wekuti if the leader of CCC comes in today and say, make a press conference, what vanhu vangu vese ma-MPs nema-councillors, chop, come on now, everybody, we are all disbanding, we are coming out of parliament. Akusisina vedu vanoenda kuparliament with immediate effect. What happens?
I don't know Ango kuti what will happen, because like now vazhinji vachona vatobuda, so vasara vachona is up to them. Like we are saying kuti vanhu vane freedom, pane vakapindira muparliament gains, personal gains, pane vakapinda because of this the vari struggle. So the true cadres, they will withdraw. But those that went in there for personal gains, they will defy, obviously. That's known. That's known. Zvakafanana zvakaitwa neZANU kuti they gave one why contest motor, and they gave them cars. And then after that they said bring back the cars. And those that were loyal to the party vakaendesa mota dziya, but those that were vakajoinera ZANU PF kuti wadye, because vazhinji vacho tinowanzwa vachitaura kuti as long as ndichikapula ndinotye, and the most people that are in ZANU PF, they are there because they are benefiting. And so vakaramba nemota dziya because they feel kuti they can't release those cars nokuti they are in ZANU because they want to gain something. So it does something yacho vakagaina kucontesta. So it depends with my individuals really, but I know some will pull out, just like what happened kuna Monzora. Vanhu vaya Monzora akati arikola ma-MPs, pane vamwe vanhu vakabva vamhanya kuna Monzora vakuenda kunosika kuti Monzora ava protected. But we have the MPs, the likes of Wana Jobs Kala, Wana Johan Mamombe, Vakayasotaura point blank kuti inini president wangu Nelson Chamisa Dagi will never be my president. They remained in the parliament, but they were not recalled. But they remained loyal to President Chamisa, even if wangu wasina recall. So we can face such a scenario where some people will conform, some people will defy. Igaroziwa hiyo Uncle.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Uncle Jet, mbona tizikere umkunze vamwe ndiona vanhu vawanda panapa. Titus, tosika.
Yeah, it's your call. If you feel if you're exhausted, That's fine. Anyway, I think let's move on to who was coming. Fibonacci. Fibonacci. All right, Fibonacci is not on. I think the next speaker was Zimbabwe Freedom of Expression.
Yeah, Nina, I've got a question for Amai Barbara Guanyara. I've got a question. It's regarding, is that okay, hosting co-host? Thank you very much for the space, by the way.
If she's okay to take it, yes, go ahead.
Magali Nimai.
I'm okay, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm okay. Thank you very much. No, my question is, Kuti, I don't know if it's been asked yet, but my question is vis-a-vis the impending 3 presidents coming to Zimbabwe from the SADC thing, and the current spate of abductions and recalls and everything. Do you think it is just ZANU-PF being ZANU-PF, or do you think it is ED trying to strengthen his position before a possible fresh election? Or because so far, from what I can tell, CCC has refused to go into a power sharing agreement, or GNU. Thank you.
That will be my opinion, Bra, because we don't have anything of that sort, and most of the things that I'm saying here, I'm saying them in an individual capacity.
Oh yes, individually, not you are representing anything in CCC.
So like what's happening now is just that we don't know. People will be shocked. Believe you me, people are going to be shocked. And so zvaarikuda kuita izvi, he knows anything can happen. Tinogona kunzi my elections, or tinogona kunzi chino chisi kudiwa napresident Chamisa is GNU, but the transitional government whereby panoita inonzi chi a government iri temporary kuchigadziriswa reforms. This is the setup, or fresh elections, but fresh elections yachona kunotanga kwaitwa reforms. Anditi so yesadhaki yevanhu vari kuuya iyi vanogona kunge vachiuya, but izvi zviri kuitika izvi bra zviri kuitika so that they can amend the constitution. So ini toda kuziva kuti kana constitution ikaamendwa, I participated in this constitution 2013. I participated in this constitution making process, and we were very, very vocal about the term of office ya president. Takatarisa Mugabe, kuti the reason why Mugabe airamba achingoenda on and on and on and on, there was no such a clause in the constitution. We managed to put that clause in the constitution 2013, and Mnangagwa, remember, akapinda 2017. 2018 takaita my-elections, Mnangagwa akapinda as a president. 2023 taita my-elections, Mnangagwa apinda. So 2 terms dzake constitutionally dzakwana, guys. So what he wants is another term. It's just that in the zvinhu zvakawanda ndanichifunga kuti ndichazvitaura meti ndazvisiya sei. Hence Mnangagwa always say 2030 tenge tichiko. So imimi munoti kana muchinzi wachiti 2030 techiko, anenge achiriko kupi kwacho kwaanenge ari? Anenge ariko kupi na 2030? Kana achiti 2030, because 2030 kando kunonzi kudi those ma-goals aya ma SDG goals, anti akanzi achatariswa, achareviewa 2030. You remember, guys, ambeni kuti vanofollowa these things, they're going to be reviewed. So kana achiti 2030 tinenge tichiko, he means kuti 2030 you will still be the president of Zimbabwe. But how do you become the president of Zimbabwe when the constitution says two terms? And this is where they want the 2/3 majority in parliament, because right now havana 2/3 majority.
Right. Yeah, Zimbabwe, have you been answered?
Yeah, I've been answered. I've got another question, but that will come later. It will divert the topic. Thank you.
All right, cool. Have you got your own submission or you good?
Well,
Tatas,
my
can
submission
I?
was made by Amai, so I'm
All right.
very happy with what she said. She's got a lot more knowledge about the happenings on the than I do. So thank you.
Oh, okay, great. Senor, I see your hand up. I'll give you the mic, then I'll go to Man City.
Yeah. So God is good. Nyamashisha. Right.
Yes, Signor Mati.
Technology is good. Do patasvika panyaya dzataitaura tichivhotomoka dzakubuda. Barbara she's coming up with something that will not confuse another Zimbabwe, but to awaken them. The issue riponde kuti pane pakauti panonaka pavanga vachibata vachisiya panodzokera kuzctu reference kana ndavabata mushe zvataingotaura zvinotaurwa nevanhu where we end up concentrating on the issues that are not really problematic. The formation of MDC. They never thought it's gonna survive. Kana mapabata ipapa pavataura, but I think narrative yauya naBarbara, not necessarily on this space, asi kana tichida kunyatsonzwisisa what is going on in Zimbabwe, we should start there. I know we don't have appetite for the historic background, which will tell us exactly why we are standing here and almost falling, because we are standing in the middle of the sea, where any movement, we are all down. But it will strengthen us to understand with solutions. It's not in the ordinary that a whole spokesperson where MDC is now an ambassador. It's okay if you think it's a joke, you're taking it ordinary. That example also align you to her submission, Yashabang kuti. Zvanzi vanamai vechidhoma vachabuda. Vachabuda. Tichaneswa pakutaura tichakuduburana tigotukana, because there are some people even on these spaces. Nchagara nchitaura. It's not a subject for today, but it simply makes us understand that it's inevitable in a revolution. Some of the grievances, zviyazi munhu kana mumhuri unogara nemunhu 10 years aine chigumbo, these grievances are far-fetched. Kusure uko. Why did ZAPU not field any candidates? I'm just saying. It speaks to one thing, that there are so many questionable things which probably mean nothing to us. But tasvika panapa taakubvunzwa mibvunzo inenge inoti svikei panonaka. Kuti unobva kupi chabangu? Angu je ndakutumirai. I don't know. Nguva yatasvika ndeyekuti tizive kuti you can not be in all groups. You cannot know everything. But we will be shocked at the end of the day. Some least expected people vakuratidza mavara avo chaivo. And I'm simply, in summary of all this nezvataurwa Nabab. Chabang is talking of I was appointed the same way Chamisa was appointed. Particular Sinani Bass. And Arukumanya Askumira. Material Pana Pangu Jet legally in most of these issues by summons. By summons, it means yes, for convenience in a court of law. Justice may prevail even after your sentence, after completing your sentence, after serving a sentence. It simply means the other strategy, it's a well-orchestrated crime syndicate. But I hope and I believe when we then get a clearer picture, I think we won't hesitate to soldier on and not distance ourselves from Triple C, but understand that it's a revolution. What do you do? Kana poto yauri kudyira zviro tsvina. It is what it is. Formation of MDC imangu jet mungatadza kuzviziva henyu asi munoziva kuti the ZANU-PF is in that time been forming my opposition parties vavanobata nzeve 10 left right 10 left. That's how MDC was formed. But Changirai stood firm. I also don't know who was behind Changirai. I don't know. But in that volatile situation, even Hondo Minda, I know he is the one who pioneered that. So what does that mean? The thing germinated to a point where it's unstoppable. So if we are taking it for granted, Barbara, the first president was ZCT was Mugabe, Albert. The deputy was Omela Span. Changirai was ZCTU Secretary General. They can push you to do what they want, but it's 1 in a million. Yeah, Save may his soul rest in peace. It coincided with a time when the white commercial farmers sympathizers were aggrieved. So it's a threat, but without even going that far, I don't know why we are so naive to at least try and find out where this thing, the fallout, we are not even brave or we are not interested by Maznabas at bring vanabiti on this basis to kuziva panonaka kuti what really led to these grievances, which may be genuine but not genuine, but well orchestrated to cause disturbances. It's only easy if we probably all of us, including me, I don't know, if we could understand how the intelligence works. They work from the inner side, inner core. Then we'll probably remember people that have disappeared from the scenes. And I always apologize to say I don't know why Love Momo will always come on the list. Very brave, war veteran, historic background. Vanenge vaona zvavakaona when something is compromised. But we don't want to learn from them. But in passive, even Advocate Chamisa has been talking of the elders, resolution elders, people who have been in a struggle. They will give us my pressure points. There are too many questions. The issues that were being discussed, I didn't want to Barbara Taura, but Panevan right Taura, ignore. No, this thing is bigger than what we think. It's not out, so I don't know, we still have questions or I don't know if we have appetite. But if we don't have appetite, it's unfortunate that it will carry on. It's not about us smiling or frowning our faces. It's about understanding the reverse side of Mchaita say it will empower us to do what we can possibly do. And pana ambotaura pana pa space kuti put yourself in Chamisa's shoe, left, right, center. And sometimes tiri kunyeperana unotomirawo neupenyu hwako, hatiri kumbonyeperana ipapo, unotongomirawo neupenyu hwako. And he is proclaimed Chabangu criminals around the president. So are we talking of criminals? Just talk criminals. How do you put yourself? All of a sudden you realize kuti ndakakomba panapa. And my threats equity the same way I was appointed atiziye kwaanosvika, which I think is the crust, and we are shy, maybe we are scared. Goodbye are very difficult, they are never easy. But it's not gonna panyaya kuti for the good of the people of Zimbabwe, there are things that could have been done, right? Right? For a good cause. Murima. But that does not really make us throw away the baby, with the water. It's still ill. It's very devilish for Shabangu to put everybody in this situation and use threats kuti ngangozvitaura chete tukangoti nyo, he is threatening kuti even on the radio program which is viral on one of the stations, he says, why didn't he put an affidavit just to talk about this thing? Because akatsika paakatsika, indi kuti aiwa kana akapatsika ka, we can't rush it, but ngariputike mota racho, so that we know exactly what we are dealing with in Zimbabwe. We get so agitated because vanhu vanotambudzwa vachindundurudzwa left, right, center. It's a pity. Ndoda kulenda nichibvunza munhu anambobvunza kuti pane munhu ambotaura panapa zvakanaka zvandinakidza tikataura naTitus. Tikati inini people who were vaipesvedzera, where are they? You've got them. Yeah, some innocently they don't have data or they are busy at work. So can you think it's only Chabangu? Pataurwa panapa a journalist. My journalist, pambotaurwa fupa in space. Why can't we have a new path? Zimbabwe, we have people that are journalists. We have all our own humanitarians. We have the whole chain of people that we were relying on. Not to throw away them, but there's nothing wrong to have a second opinion. Why can't we set up a new system that seeks to feed us with information, not with poison? Now we don't have even pivotal people on the ground to give us an extract of Shirinani, news Zirinani, and yet we are dealing with human beings. We are not dealing with angels here. Kana chiti chidhoma is just sarcasm, but these are people. Are we saying apana panapa munin'ina waChabangu kana muzukuru waChabangu kana shamwari yaChabangu apana here anogona kunga aine information? Okay, fine, maybe you're not in that field. We have, no matter how junior they are, people that have got information that can disseminate to the people of Zimbabwe so that at least we deal with, if it's cancer, Tongo is out cancer. The struggle for economic freedom continues and victory is certainly guaranteed. I salute you, Barbara.
Ngoma signoro, mabata panaida kubata. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Signoro. Appreciate for that, but I just wish people who've got so much or knowledge or experience and stuff like that, yeah, come through, and I want you to sort it so that we get to it. But anyway, I appreciate your contributions. Elder All right. So 10, how are you, my brother? I hope you're good. I hope you're okay. Priscilla, hope you're good there. Marvel D. Dr. Diamond, long time no speak. Hope you're good. Dr. Mel C. Myzus Kitchen Mon. Ivan, how are you? If you got time, please grab the mic. Let's hear your contribution. But anyway, Man City, I think we were coming next. Man City, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah, ish maitabaza mkomataitas pandakandiri ndazopinda muclose space saka network yake yakunetsa. But thank you very much. Koma Gerard, how are you? Nimamwe ma speakers. I hope you guys are well. Ndineka 2 cents kangu kandoda kushare with you. It's maonero angu inini as a Zimbabwean, mafungiro angu. If I look kuti situation yatinayo right now in Zimbabwe, yet this guy who is doing my recalls, ndikatarisa kumashure, we are seeing kuti we had the same situation. Anditika, we had the same situation. What I'm trying to say is isusu as people who support the opposition in Zimbabwe, those people who have belief yokuti Zimbabwe needs change. Somehow, somewhere, we have to be frank with each other, and we have to accept my mistakes at Shaita on the way. If we fail to do so, whereby people they are afraid to say the truth, people they are not able to this is wrong or this is right. We came out to this union yatakaita yainzi MDC alliance. Things went from bad to worse. People were recalled, and then we went and have another house. Ndakamupa this submission kuna another group, but that day I wanted to talk to you, Ms. Mkoma Gerald. Ndikati takavaka imba itsva inova CCC, anditika tikapedza imba yedu, asi imba yedu so far hatina kuisa madoors, hatina kuisa mawindows, hatina kuisa jurawo pamba pedu patsva patakavaka. What I'm trying to say is, look at this guy anonzi Chabangu. He just came akati inini ndiri secretary general with this CCC. Isusu wacho ve-CCC, we never had someone wataka introduce her to the world. This guy is who? This guy is who? We didn't do that. I understand somehow toward the elections, we were afraid of ZANU-PF penetration, as they usually do. But now we went out of the election mode. I guess kuti taifanira kana kuti ndikufungidzira kuti taikunge takufanirwa kunge takazotanga kutaura kuti this one ndiani, uyu ndiani. But so far some Oh, can you still hear me, Nkoma Titus?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Okay. So tanga tikufanira kunge takabuda pachena takati this one uyu ndinhingiri kwedu ndi chairman wedu, uyu ndinhingiri kwedu. Anditika, it was safe somehow kuti they don't know who is who. But now sezvo ndamboti takavaka imba yedu, we didn't put doors. As nezvisi anyone anogona kuclaima from outside. Ukasangana nemunhu murodhi akakuti ndinogara apa, ukamuti unogara apa zveshuwa kuti obvanzi ndirakidze key. Akurakidze key anongoti pamba pesha hapana madoors, but I stays there. Andikunzwisisa. Saka anyone claim kuti anogara mumba medu asingakwanise kuburitsa even evidence yekuti tipo key kuti tizive kuti unogara apa. So the only thing chimwe chandiri kuona ndechekuti we have to learn. Ukatasa zviri kuitika izvezvi, these things are not anganasi. We are supposed to be learning from our mistakes and not repeat the same mistakes. Kana kuti pama loopholes atinawo tiavhare tisavavhura. We understand kuti situation in Zim inonetsa to operate as an opposition, but let's try and not open ma loopholes and kwanisa kunge tichavhara. We as the people of Zimbabwe, we as the opposition movement in Zimbabwe.
So if we do that, yes, ZANU-PF ine ideas akawandisa that they want to use to kill the opposition in Zimbabwe. Pane akawandisa, I think that's what they learn kuchitepo ikokoko. I wish kuti ideas avanawo dai vanga vachashandisa to build the country called Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe was supposed to be somewhere else. But unfortunately, the ideas that they have is only to destroy someone or a movement that says it needs change for the people of Zimbabwe. Those who know what the situation in Zimbabwe and ZANU. So this thing, Panama Botaura too, unfortunately, network yangu someone was talking about opening your party and so on and so on. As Zimbabweans, ngatidzidze kuti kana once uri wrong, ask yourself, check yourself where you are uri wrong. Panambotaura futi akati if we don't do that, tinenge tichitogadzira another dictatorship in the country. Saka let's try kana mumwe munhu akakriticize kana if someone doesn't go along with what I'm saying right now, I'm open for that. But no, what you're saying is wrong. You were supposed to say like this. But as Zimbabweans, kana tichida kuti Zimbabwe yedu idzokere payanga iri or to be more than what it is right now. Ngechiri chiseko chenyika. It's so embarrassing yokuti if you're truly Zimbabwean, you hear kuti nyika inokumbirirwa kuti inotamba bhora kuna another country. I once said this guy, I would like to wear a shirt in a Zimbabwean flag. I would like to wear a t-shirt or a hood in that Zimbabwean bed. But I feel so embarrassing every day with what's happening in Zimbabwe. So let's be frank with each other as Zimbabweans so that we build our nation. Zimbabweans, ZANU-PF yakaura Zimbabwe nenhema, and we can't do the same. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Right. That was Man City, right? Man City finished. Okay.
Yeah. That depends.
Okay. Thanks for that. I think the next one coming was is it Sabu Gudobs? Sabu Gudobs, you've been dropping. Can you speak now?
Yeah, yes, please. Yes, please. Many thanks. Talking about, we are just running around and going around in circles, but things are moving fast. I don't know the position now that Chavango have been chased, and there's that court application to buy him to use Triple C, and with all those recalling, to say what is the position to those who know law, to say are those recalling going to take place, or it's something which needed to be examined, because as it appears now, Chavango is no longer a interim secretary general, but he said he wanted to just oppose, to say I am still, which means it's a court process which will take years to some way saying that it might take weeks or years to happen. So we don't know where we are going at the moment. There is that confusion, which is just disturbing for people, but they just wanted to find somebody to blame. That is the character of Zimbabwe, to say we are good at blaming one another. There is this issue again. We are not really trying to find it, to say who is causing what. And we fear. We can blame CC to say there are no structures, no constitution or whatever, because probably some of you are very young. As the Rhodesians know very well, to say even ZAPU was having everything, constitution, structures, and everything, and even properties with title deeds, everything. And those structures, those people who were in structures were the victims, including the late father of Jonathan Moore. He knows what he says, and the properties are still not retained. So the issue of laws or whatever, Zimbabwe does not follow its own constitution. That is why even those questions which I asked you to say is bad, what is going to happen, nobody can know, because Zimbabwe does not follow its own constitution. Somebody will just tell the judge to say this is our position, and it will be delivered as those who have captured them wish them to be delivered. But the solution, we wasted time to say Chamisa this and this. Of course, Muroi ariko, but people, they should find out Muroi. If you don't remove ZANU-PF, I need to be honest with you. If you don't remove ZANU-PF in power and try to work around CCC to say if we do that, CCC could do that, ZANU-PF will always find ways of destroying opposition. That one, they are very good at it. Power retention, they say it. Even at these elections, if they want 2/3, they are going to get them. There's no doubt. So all those issues, we can talk and talk, but if we don't come up with a solution to say what can be done to remove ZANU-PF, and if we subcontract it to say it will be Chamisa or CCC who is going to do it, I think that will be a big mistake. We can play our part. Because it is really boggles my mind to say people are being troubled by Chawangu. And even if you find out the history in CCC to say he did not even participate in the programs, in any program, but is the one who is now controlling. And I understand people vachitaura kuti chidhoma china mai vacho, but mai vacho ndakuudzai, you can then want to name the weaker ones to say ndo vana mai vechidhoma chinonzi Chavangu. Kwete, ZANU-PF neari kuitungamira ndo pana mai vacho. Saka if you don't deal with it, mukangodhira zvenyu nana Chavangu nanani, zvinongodzokorodza zvakadaro. 2028 zvinongouya futi, chero wakati maelection, chero wakanzi apiwa third term, zvinongouya toenda kumaelections opiwa third term, morigwa because zvemareform hamuchatozvifungi makutongoswerera zvongoti Chavangu, morigwa futi. Akada kukontrora kuita recording anongotsvaga chimwe chidhoma futi chongovepo chidhoma. Kana muridzi wechidhoma akunofa anosiyira uroyi hwake hune mumwe. Saka munotongoona kuti vana vacho vanotongove paline. Pachatongowana mumwe achatopiwa kunzi ndiwo muchasara uchitsvaga zvidhoma kana kuti uchishandisa zvidhoma zvangu kana kuti ndaizviwana kwakati zvidhoma kaudzira yaizviwana nazvo zvidhoma. Saka apa ndepekuti titombochenjera apa, titombodzoka edu tombobatana tese kuseruko. Tombosiya zvemapolitician izvo ndo vanoita izvozvo zvokuswera kuchiti kwanyorwa imwe tsamba, kwanyorwa imwe tsamba. Vanoita zvinhu zvakadzidza, tomboita zvisina kudzidza, atimbouya kuseruko tomboita zvisina kudzidza. Kana kumboita munamato chaiwo chaiwo iyaya yekuseri yaya yana madzibaba yaya yenhingi yaya yatinoita yaya kungotsvuku yaya yekuti unongonamatawo kana mweya ukakubatawo zvikakubatawo. Chero mweya ukatirova netsvimbo unongorova netsvimbo, but unongoziva somebody who is possessed, I don't think kuti anenge ari responsible. Saka ndopatofanirwa kunge tichifamba tichiconsider ipapo. Tikapasiya ipapo, tikasabatana kuseri, tikasasiya tikamirira haidu ana Chamisa ivavo kuti pane zvavachaita, we will be making a big mistake because sezvazviri kutoita hatizivi. Pamwe tsamba yanyorwa kunzi ndipe bag, pamwe achatopiwa bag racho iroro renhingi racho iro ranga chifanirwa kupiwa Chamisa, ove crippled again, otanga futi kuti achaita nhingi macampaigns or whatever. Hachisina chaanacho because hatizivi zvazviri kuita, because tiri kuramba tichida kungowira, tichingoda kungobvisa weak point, tisingadi kupinpointa chaipo pane nyaya, tichingotenderera kungotenderera. Apa hatingoti ijo, tingoti muridzi wechidhoma ndeuyu nechidhoma chacho ichi, zvokuti takavaka imba isina madhoo. Yangu ndikandavaka isina madhoo, ini vanoziva kuti ndiri mupengo, hapana anosvika padhuze kana kupinda mumba macho kana kuclaima kuti ndeyani. Vanotongotya zvavo kuti apa munhazi munhu rinogara apa, hatizivi kuti akaita sei, hapasvikwi, vanotopfuurawo neuku. Saka apawo ndezvekuti apa pane munhu akangovakira, takavakawo imba panhingi pane muroyi, but takutya pane muroyi ane zvidhoma, saka takutya zvidhoma zvacho nemuroyi wacho, takungozviblema isusu kuti haiwa hapana. Munoziva iyo yatinoita yaya yekuti ukatsikwa negiant woti gumbo renyu raenda pamusoro perangu, ndo yatiri kutongoita panapa. Saka hatovhurirane maziso, tisangane kuseri, timbobvunzana, timbokurukura kuti chii chatinganyatsokuita maABCD, kwete zviya zvazo kungofunga kuti pamwe sadhaki ichazotigadzirira. shuwa mazimba imwe munombokurema kuti makadzidza momboti chii muda kuzoti mutogadzirirwa musha wenyu nesadhaki no hatigadzirei tega ichauya inotibatsira ikoko kumberi ikaona kuti tiri kugadzira musha wedu munoona ichijoina nekukurumidza kuti uyai tikubetserane tinyatsokugadzirana because hapana munhu akuti akaona pane zhowezhewo kana mukadzi nemurume vachinetsana vachipopotedzana unongoendawo wongonoti musadaro saka ndo mawiro wanozongoita sadhaki because hapana patichazombogadzirisana tisingapopotedzani but tinongopopotedzanawo zviri pamutemo handiti munoti izvo zvese zvatofanirwa kuita zvive zviri pamutemo ndo zvataiti ingoita tichangopopotedzanawo zviri pamutemo zvongofambawo zvakadaro but tikaimirira tikaita matheories ekuti kune achauya kune achaita sei sadhaki haiwa haisi kutemba ende hausatombotembe muvakidzani wako kuti ndo achauya achikugadzirira imba yacho kana yatongovakwa yakadaro tangovaka iwe kuti hatisina kuisa mukova nemahwindo totongoona kuti kana muroi ari padhuze toona kuti it's either tobvisa muroi wacho because munoziva zvinoita uroi hazvina basa kuti pane dhoo because tikada kuti toisa dhoo nemahwindo muroi anongokwanisa kuzongopinda kana achingove padhuze saka ukamubvisa iye nezvidhoma zvacho because zvinongopinda chero pane dhoo nemahwindo saka haipapo ameno tatongopedza takadaro tongozongoona kumberi kuti tichibatanawo zvedu kumadm kuti tisheya ndatenda torai maki angona mukoma Titus.
Right. Thank you very much. Sabugu Dobbs, his DM is open, by the way. If you want to go Seri and hear more, you can do that. Thanks, Sabug. John.
Yes. Thanks, I wanted to confirm. Can you hear me before I start speaking?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, thanks. There's a few points that I wanted to make. The first one is in reference to what Freelance asked, where he said, if Chamisa pulls out all of his MPs right now, what happens next? Well, to answer that question, Chabangu will fill those seats with his own CCC MPs. The idea of pulling out MPs is now too late. It was supposed to be done immediately after the election. What the MPs were supposed to do was tap out immediately and say, we are supporting our president. This election was stolen. We are walking out now. But obviously, like what Barbara said, you've got MPs who, some of them, is actually their first formal job to be an MP. This is life-changing for them, so they're not going to stop that for Chamisa or any day. But they've gotten to a point now where they need Chamisa more than ever because they're all going to be recalled. It's going to happen. Then a very good point was raised by Senior, where he says, he keeps mentioning Chabangu Anoti, the same process that made Chamisa president is the process that made me SG. If you read between the lines, okay, let me put it as simply as possible. Chabangu was appointed SG by strategic ambiguity. That's what made him SG. This scenario, look, there were so many points raised prior to the election that were ignored. The issue of structures being one of them, where if you have structures going into an election, the odds of you having double candidates are zero because everyone in the cells, everyone in the districts, everyone in the constituency from your party knows who their candidate is. But then you walk into an election and you're saying, Kutano, you'll find out who your candidate is 3 days before the election. Well, now you found out who the SG is because you didn't have those positions. You left the gaps. So the argument now that this is a ZANU-PF project, well, fair enough. But they're using gaps that were left by the CCC leadership. And we all know that there's people within CCC that are championing this exercise. Whether it's with the help of ZANU-PF is another story. But there are people within CCC who are championing this. And personally, a lot of people believe, and I'll ask those that are listening not to look at this from an emotional perspective because Zimbabweans tend to look at politics emotionally, understandably so. But ndika criticize Chamisa and now took my wako first. But I criticize Chamisa because he is vying for the top office. So he's under scrutiny. He must be under scrutiny. You cannot say Kuti someone wants to be president and then you say Kuti he's unaccountable. You can't hold them to account. Ari kukumbira kuti nindibude muroad rimwe zuva kuti iye apfuure president. So he has to be under scrutiny. Now, first of all, pakaitika delimitation exercise which Chamisa did not act on, which caused a lot of the confusion that he's having to deal with now. Then came the issue voters' roll. He went into an election as a voters' roll. Over and above that, he went into an election without reforms. He went into an election with the same rules that were there in 2018. He raised the hopes of Zimbabweans. Kuti, this time I have everything under control. This time I have all my bases covered. Go out and vote. He misled the people of Zimbabwe. And now you've gotten to a point where his shortcomings are being exposed by what Chabangu is doing. And one thing that ZANU-PF is good at, and will always be good at, is misdirection. Now, what ZANU is going to do is they're going to put your attention on any and everything and not reforms and not taking power. And then you'll go to 2028 with the same rules, with the same institutions, with the same individuals running those institutions, and the same result as 2023. Because you're not doing what is supposed to be done. Now, just to finish up, to the point that was made by Man City and a little bit by Malume Dobbs. You built a house, but you did not secure it. Let's put it into perspective, like a Man City in the way Bora. Let's assume you are playing a big team and you're a small team. How do you beat the big team? Well, you make sure your team is compact. You make sure your team is efficient, even though the abilities of your team members are not as good as the team that you are fighting. Triple C, or opposition as a whole, is the only side of the political divide that will allow a defector from ZANU-PF to come in, Munomva pure opposition, and then you wonder why you're infiltrated.
Right.
Can't hear him. Is he
I
still
can't
there?
hear John. Is he still speaking?
No, he's not speaking anymore. Can I please say something quickly before I go, please?
Right. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Since he's gone. I really like some of the things that Ngoma Signora said. And here I'm going to say this, basing it on previous events that have taken place within Zimbabwe. The first one is around the fourth estate of the journalists and responsibilities of journalists. I'm a blogger, I'm not a journalist. I could easily go and pay the money to the British Journalists Association and become a member. Some journalists have got less followers than I've got. I can go and, because of the blogging that I've done, I've been approached by a few places to say, look, why don't you come and work for us? We'll put you through the training and everything else. And I've refused, primarily because I want to be able to get involved in what's happening on the ground. But Uncle Jed, I think you're also a blogger. I'm pretty sure you've always said that you're a blogger, and you've refused to become a journalist. This is from conversations that we've had in the past, and I concur with your reasons for wanting to stay a blogger. Maybe you could give us more now that time has passed since the last conversation. But you were one of the people that first responded when I sent to your DMs on Facebook and Twitter and on WhatsApp, on the Green app, back in the day when there was the floods in Gweru. And we were working, I had interviewed MP Brian Dube. The fourth estate really moved very fast to try and get that area the help that it needed because of the flooding that was going on. And the people that side, they were phoning and reaching out constantly. And that's where I saw, this is the fourth estate actually doing something that it should that it should do. But there was no one who went onto the ground of the journalists in Zimbabwe and actually tried to cover the things that were going on within the neighborhoods of the people of Gweru. To this day, nobody's been there. Nobody's been there to find out what problems they are going through. Nobody's been there. Those are the real issues that we want to find. No one has actually gone and said, right, I'm going to look for the doctors and nurses who are no longer allowed to strike and find out exactly what is going on. But at the same time, there are journalists who actually, they are actually accredited and they're getting paid good money to do the jobs that they're doing. And they'll go and look for the likes of Chabangu, give them relevance, and run with their stories. And this is where I can honestly say the fourth estate is literally failing Zimbabweans. Totally failing Zimbabweans. People are literally dying because of the pandemics, which are sort of the epidemics. The pandemic is worldwide. I think epidemic is local within the country. There's cholera, there's dysentery, there's typhoid, there's this, there's that. People are literally dying in Zimbabwe, but none of the journalists who are covering things on the political spectrum are actually bringing these things to the fore. All they're concentrating on is Chabangu and who is the next SG. That's all they're concentrating on. And they run with the narrative from beginning to total end. From beginning to total end. It's also as bloggers. What do? You say, okay, we're bloggers. It's going to push this, push that, push this, push that, and that's it. But the journalists who are actually being paid, what are they doing? It should not be the case that the tail ends up wagging the dog. But in Zimbabwe, that is exactly what is going on. Exactly. None of the journalists are going to do what Tete Tilda does, going to Chikurubi. Job, we want to come and interview you. Please talk to us. Here's the microphone. Not one. Not even one. And after I've said this, the journalists know my name. They've all got their WhatsApp groups. They know my name. They're probably going to come and then start character assassinating me. Even though what I'm saying it as a blogger. I'm not a journalist. I'm saying it as a blogger. And what I'm saying it because I'm calling out the journalists to do their job and not validate things that they know in their hearts of hearts are not right for them and their children and the rest of Zimbabwe. If you were to see somebody who doesn't even have validation in the Democratic Party in America going to start saying, "Oh, I'm the new this of this," or they'll just be put down immediately. They'll be told, "Oh, get away, you're lying." Boris Johnson here in the UK, he's being lambasted because he was asking, "Oh, what if you spray disinfectant in someone's nose? Will that kill COVID?" They protected him at that time because they were saying, if we bring this out, it's going to damage credibility in our fight against the virus. But now that he's no longer Prime Minister, what are they doing? They are going after him. Hook, line, and sinker. They are burying him, and they don't want to see someone like him ever again, including Rishi Sunak and his shenanigans, having his family being involved in Russia, whilst at the same time the UK is fighting Russia indirectly by supplying arms to Ukraine. Rishi Sunak is being lambasted left, right, and center, and with all the failings in the UK healthcare system, which is far better than the one in Zimbabwe. The journalists, they are going after that, and they're not letting go. They're like bulldogs. But what do we have in Zimbabwe? Esadaro, please. Journalists have got degrees. Not one, not two. Some of them are even called doctor behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, they're called doctor, but they don't want to use that title doctor. They don't want to use it. That's Adaro very well. That's why I said, Nkoma Signoro, thank you very much for highlighting the part that journalists are playing. It's also some of bloggers who will keep on blogging and doing what we do because we've got nothing that we have to uphold. Ghana, the only conscience that I have to satisfy is mine as a blogger. But if I see someone getting beaten up as a blogger, I will intervene. A journalist is not allowed to intervene because unova wasungwa. But inini, because I chose not to be a journalist. And because I'm not a journalist, if I'm there and if I get killed, no compensation for my family. Zero. Why was I there? Thank you very much, host and co-host. I guess I can now wait for the character assassination to come. Thanks.
But Zimbabwe, can they assassinate you, Chero Uri Kuzekwe Zimbabwe?
Journalists can assassinate my character. I'm coming freelance. You can come up with anything. Journalists can do it, and they've done it before. Journalists just have to make up a story and run with it. Just the same way that they can run with Chabangu still being the current Secretary General. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's not rocket science.
Let them assassinate
And I should
Mukelo.
not be the one who is interviewing the people of Gweru in the middle of a flood, running with it, and then Uncle Gerard being the first person to repost and then make it trend. That should not be the way it's supposed to work. But that is exactly what is happening today.
Sorry, can I speak, co-host? Can I go ahead?
Sorry, yeah. Uncle Jed, are you there? All right, I'm just doing something for a few minutes. All right, go ahead and speak.
Okay.
Ndiripo Trumbo Vadza Mino, sorry.
All right. In Nangu, I just want to add, and I have a question to these guys, like Tinevan, the top leadership of CCC. Why they are not speaking? We have the Tendai Beat, Weshmenu. They are not even speaking anything. They are just quiet. Why? Yes, of course, we can blame ZANU-PF because ZANU-PF is the nganga. Ndoitori nganga yacho anditika. Chikwambo chedu tiri kuti isusu chikwambo ndichabangwa nditi. Asi kana tichiblema ZANU-PF tisingatsvage problem yekuti ava vanhu ava tuse vasiri kutaura nezvazvo hatina kwatiri kuenda. And I think they are playing this